So,
Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to Live from Santa Fe at Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery. This is our fourth in a series of 20 demonstrations that will be given by almost 30 artists here in the gallery over the month of August. We're doing it in 5-day intervals. This is the fourth one in our first series. And today we have Paula Estevan from Acoma Pueblo and Robert Kasero, the guy in the blue shirt, from Laguna Pueblo, who are going to be our demonstrators today. The purpose of all of these demos is our way of trying to give a hand to the potters, to our potters, who we all love, and that's why we're showing you so many of them. We picked ones that we think do excellent, fabulous, wonderful work. But it's our way of helping them earn a little income this year. The Indian market that has taken place on Santa Fe's Plaza the third weekend in August for almost 100 years now has been canceled this year. And for most of the potters, it represents a substantial amount of their yearly income, and for some potters it is all of their yearly income. And now, since it's been closed, canceled, postponed till next year, they are really going to be in dire need of feeding their kids and going about the activities that they normally do. So today we are offering you a chance to really get to know some of the potters, to see their beautiful, wonderful work, and give you the opportunity to purchase some of their pieces and support them. We have all of their pieces listed on the website, and the way you get to them is very, very simple. Just go to our website, AndreaFisherPottery.com, click on Artists, and if you go to the box that says E for Estevan, Paula Estevan, if you click on that one, you'll get all of Paula's pieces. And they are listed in descending order of price. So the first one at the top is the most expensive one. And as you scroll down, you will see that the prices decrease until you get to the bottom for the least expensive one. If you go to the K words for Robert Kasero, the same thing is true for him, starting with the most expensive at the top and scrolling down to the least expensive at the bottom. Today, also on our website, we have put up our new arrivals. This is something that we do every week. Because of the pandemic, we're still closed. And the only way the public can come inside the gallery is if they make an appointment with us. And we are still paying our employees since the middle of March, which I'm proud to say, and we are still buying from the potters. And so every week, the things that we have purchased or we've taken in on consignment, we give you a sampling of them so you can see that they are available for sale. And if you go to our website and check new arrivals, I think there are about 20 pieces this year, ranging from very small, less expensive pieces, and again in descending order of price, all the way up to a fantastic, gorgeous gunmetal plate by Maria Martinez. Anyway, I'm delighted to tell you about this project that we are doing, and we will have 16 more of these at least. And it's really fun because some of our potters have tuned in who weren't on the list for some reason. You know, we weren't able to get in touch with them, and they have called us and said, we've watched a few, and they're really, really fun. Yesterday was Hubert Candelario from San Felipe, and he showed us how he makes his cutout holy pots. The day before that was Thomas Tenorio from Santo Domingo, from Laguna Pueblo, and he was so funny because he said, I'm going to make 3 pots today. Well, by the time we got, 5 hours later, after the two of us gabbing away, he managed to make half of 1 pot, which was kind of fun. And the first one was Ruby Panana from Zia Pueblo, who makes these wonderful, mostly big storage jars, and other forms too. Tomorrow, we will have Marvin and Frances Martinez, and let me get one of their pieces. Here's a really wonderful example of Marvin and Frances's work. Now, Marvin and Frances collaborate. Frances is the potter, and Marvin is the decorator, which is kind of fun to see them both do their work. Unlike today, Robert makes his own pots and decorates his own pots. Paula makes her own pots and decorates her own pots. But tomorrow there'll be a collaboration with Marvin and Frances Martinez. On Tuesday, we have written in the schedule Rebecca Lucario and her son, Daniel. But it turns out Daniel will not be able to be here, but her daughter, Amanda, will also be here. So it will be mother and daughter on Tuesday when we resume. Here is an example of Rebecca's work, if you can believe this. I mean, make sure you keep pushing that plus button on your computer as you get closer and closer to these pieces to see how incredibly detailed they are. And then from her daughter, who is in her 20s, let me grab this other one. This is an example of Amanda's work. Really detailed again. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And then on Wednesday, which will be the last one I'm going to tell you about, will be Wilma Bacatosa. She is from Jemez Pueblo, and she does this wonderful sgraffito work, where after the pot is fired, she takes a tool, a penknife, a nail some people use, and scratches into the surface and removes that red slip, showing the beige-colored clay underneath. So we'll see her on Wednesday. So that gives you a little bit about our purpose and why we're doing this. And remember, everything that you purchase benefits the artist. And you can go to our website and see all the pieces that are available. And camera will be on the pieces as well. And if you have any questions, there's a vehicle through YouTube where you can email us questions. We'll be happy to answer them, all 3 of us, as best we can. So, without further ado, I have the great privilege of introducing Paula Estevan from Acoma Pueblo and Robert Kasero from Laguna Pueblo. Hi, you guys.
Hi.
Yeah, welcome. I'm glad you're here today. And we'll start with you, Paula. Can you tell us a little something about you?
Yeah, I'm Paula Estevan from Acoma Pueblo. I'm a self-taught contemporary artist. I've been doing this for over 20 years.
Well, that's good. Robert, how about a little bit from you?
Oh, my name's Robert Kasero. I'm from Laguna Pueblo. I'm making me laugh.
That's okay. You can laugh all you like.
Contemporary artist as well, with a little help from my woman sitting right beside me.
So you guys are partners?
Yes.
And where do you live at Laguna or at Acoma or some other place?
No, we live on Acoma Reservation.
Yeah.
So we've been there since.
And how long have you guys been together?
19 years.
19 years.
19 years. years.
Yeah.
That's the day I jumped the fence.
Since the day what?
I jumped the fence.
You jumped the fence.
Oh, I said saying the border.
The border. Well, you know, Acoma and Laguna Pueblos are contiguous with each other, and so I guess he just jumped the fence, and there she was. Oh, well, great. Well, Paula, what are you going to do today?
I'm gonna start by making a pot, you know, and then I'm gonna jump to the different steps that we do. You know, the process of making a pot. I've brought one that's ready to be scraped, and then another one that's what we do is sand it and then polish it, and then Robert's gonna show the part where you line it with a pencil and then paint and start painting. Yeah.
And Robert, you're gonna line it with a pencil?
Line it with a pencil.
Is that unusual for potters to do pencil designs?
Well, I'm used to doing it.
You're used to doing it that way?
It's just like little boxes.
We already have a question.
So we have a bunch of comments already. One is, I'm so excited, Robert Kasero is my dad, and Paula is my mom, I love their work. I'm in the pottery as well, and that's from Ms. Tequila Sunrise. Hi Paula, mom and dad, love you guys.
Hi.
How you doing?
Oh, isn't that
And we have one from Corrine Cooper. Corrine says, I'm a huge fan of Paula's work. I own a dozen of her pots.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Hi, what did you say, Corrine?
Yeah, Corrine.
Hi, Corrine. Thank you for taking my pieces into your home. I don't know what you're looking at. Okay, I'm just getting used to this, so okay.
Well, that's okay. You can just giggle all you like. Oh, that's perfectly acceptable. And I hope that continues on through the entire day.
Okay.
So now that we know a little bit about what you're going to do, maybe, you can start, doing what you do so well. Oh, I was asking about the pencil. Because, I know at other potters that I've talked to, they said if they put any pencil marks on their pots, when they fire the pots, you can see the pencil marks.
No.
But that's not true in your case?
Not true in our case, no. It burns off when it gets fired.
So they're just guidelines for you so that you can paint.
Yeah.
And, you can see the intricate work that they do. And that I can understand why you would want to put some pencil lines. That would be really hard.
Okay. I'm gonna get a piece of clay and then I'll get started.
So where'd you get that clay, Paula?
This is commercial clay.
It's commercial clay.
Oh yeah.
Oh dear. We pretend we won't hear that. We pretend we won't hear that.
Yeah, we ain't got no means of going up to go dig it and everything. I did it, it's been a while. And when I made my first traditional with the traditional clay, the pot cracked. And it was my first time, so I didn't know what, happens when a pot cracks when it's still raw. And I tried to mend it, but it just kept cracking and cracking.
Yeah.
So I just kind of
Is that because you never had a teacher?
No, I never really had a teacher I never really seen, like my aunt, she's used traditional clay, so I didn't know how you mix it or whatever, And the only person that I was inspired way back was my great grandmother. Up when I used to live up on the mesa.
Yeah.
And
what is her name?
Her name is Mary Chino.
Mary Chino.
Yeah. So, anyways, I lived up there, and I was small. I was probably about 8 or 9. So I never really watched, how she mixed the clay. I knew we went to go pick pottery shards, and I had my own bucket, and we went picking pottery shards and stuff, and I just never.
Why did you pick pottery shards?
Because it was part of what she used to make her clay, the pottery shards plus the the clay that you dig from the mountain. And
So you dig the clay from the mountain, and then would she grind up the pottery shards?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
So that was her temper.
Yeah, yeah.
And temper is merely another substance that you add to the clay, because the clay that exists in nature needs something to keep it together when it's in the firing.
Yeah.
When you fire it, because otherwise it will just crumble. And the temper adds strength to the clay as well.
Yeah.
I know some people use sand, some people use volcanic ash.
Yeah.
And in Acoma, they collect the old pottery shards of pieces that have broken over the centuries, grind them up as fine as possible, and add it to the clay.
Yes.
Now, if you were to go get your own clay up on the mountain, as you described it, it's a hard process, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. I think you have to actually drive so far and then walk. You know, it's been like a long, long time since I went last time to go. I didn't go in the thing to dig the clay out myself. Yeah, I seen the men do that, but I mean, it's been a long time. I don't even know if the area where they dug the clay out is still there, or if it caved in, or
Yeah, because I know that happens.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
make such deep holes into a hillside,
Oh yeah.
getting the clay, that all of a sudden you have a cave,
Yeah.
and a cave without any support.
Yes.
And it becomes pretty dangerous to go
Yes.
up there and get it.
Yes, the last time I heard it caved in, and there was another place that they go. So, it's really, I guess, it's strenuous work. So, we don't have a truck, or to get up there anyways, to go get the clay, or to go pick the pottery shards and stuff like that. So,
If you had that opportunity to go check it all out, would you go just to look?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
well,
would,
let me
yeah.
see
If somebody took me up there,
Let me see what I can do for you.
Oh no.
Yeah, so what are you doing now?
I'm making the bottom of the pot. But I think I forgot my tool to go to the.
Do you need a bowl?
I might. Hold on.
Okay.
I might. Yeah, you can talk to.
So talk to Robert. Robert, what are you up to?
Oh, just drawing lines.
Just drawing lines?
Making little boxes.
Yeah.
What basically it is to, use as my guidelines to get my pattern on the pot.
And when you make those little boxes, I mean, they all look so even. How do you get them so even?
But
We're going to fix your mic here for just a second.
there
we go.
My ruler's right here.
Your ruler's right there?
Yeah.
Wow.
She don't use them, but I do. So.
He measures with his fingers.
Yeah.
The lines, the lines that you have on your fingers, that's how he measures his. I can't do it the way he does. We have our own way of doing our, pottery.
So basically what you're doing is beginning the process to put the design on your piece so that you can paint it. And everyone that's out there should understand that when Native American potters say they're painting their pots, they didn't go to Home Depot or to Lowe's and buy a gallon of exterior latex eggshell. Instead, paints are defined as plant material or minerals that are processed so that they can be fine enough and in a liquid form so that they can be applied to the pieces that they're making. And that they are part of the clay body. They're absorbed by the clay body, and when the pieces are fired, they are permanently attached to the clay body. So, you can't take some kind of solvent and remove them because they are really part of the clay body. But anyway, so you found what you were looking for? I found
what I was looking for, and this is what I used
and what is that?
piece of wood and that shape into. Like I mentioned before, I'm a contemporary artist, and most of the stuff I have found, or like in a pottery shop, and I do use like a gourd as well for bigger pots.
Yeah.
And but most of these I've found, this is an old one. It's just a paddle and that I'll use later on. This is to dig into the pot when I build it up a little. It's a knife, a scraper, and this is a kitchen knife. And then we use a Zacto knife too.
Yeah.
So just whatever we can find to.
Well, I was fascinated by the first three potters that we had. Their tools, I mean, they all served the same purpose, but they were rather diverse. There were plastic bowls, there were stainless steel bowls too.
Well, here's my plastic bowl. I use it as a water bowl.
That they would use to start their pots. There were pizza pans, there were kitchen knives, there were all sorts of various tools that were found tools that they could use to make their pieces of pottery. And it was so interesting because the tools are so primitive, yet the finished product is so sophisticated. It's unbelievable. I think what Derek has done is he's brought the camera over to some of the finished products so that you can see what Paula and Robert are capable of doing. These just absolutely incredible pieces that they turn out. So
you were talking about the other artists using like the different kind of pans and stuff like that. My mom used to be a pottery artist as well, and she has like weird tools that like the spam, you cut the spam, the top part, and use that for a scraper. A lot of people use that, use that kind of tool. And then she had an old, like a cedar kind of branch thing to, I don't know how she used it, but but she used a lot. And then a lava rock to smooth out the pot.
Well, the reasoning behind that is that this is not something that's taken, that was just discovered recently. And the pots aren't wheel thrown. They've been made in this technique for thousands of years, and they didn't have plastic bowls then, and they didn't have scrapers, and they didn't have commercial clay, and they didn't have stores where you could buy tools. And so you use the best things you had. And for scraping, traditionally, my understanding is that gourds were used, and if you break a gourd in one direction, you get a sort of a jagged edge. If you break the gourd in the other direction, you get a nice smooth edge. And so you can use the rough edge to do the preliminary scraping, and then the other edge of the gourd to do the final scraping. So you're slicing off.
I'm slicing the clay, and I'm trying to, I'm gonna make, my coils to build it up. I have like different styles that I do or make, and this one is gonna be kind of like a small vase, sort of. I don't know, sometimes I don't really have names for them. We go by whatever it looks like, or I know how to do a wedding vase, traditional Acoma, pot, and just the different styles. I do one with a longer neck, but this one I'm gonna just make a smaller style vase. And I haven't been making this one for a long time either. I just kind of came upon this style.
So if you notice, Paula is rolling out a coil of clay. That's how all the pots in this gallery are made. We have no slip cast pots, meaning we pour water and clay into a mold, and the mold sucks the water out and gives you a little shell on the inside of the mold, and you pour the rest of the water and clay out, and there you go, you have a pot. or wheel-thrown pots, then none of these pots are wheel-thrown, because the Native Americans didn't have the wheel when the Spaniards arrived, and the coiled pots are part of their tradition. And you would think, well, maybe they should use the wheel because, it's easier and it's quicker and all those other kinds of things. But pottery making is so related to the religion, so very much a part of the religion, that tradition is not going to change. So what do? You flatten out your coil?
Yeah, so that way, you can just build it up from, it's not, if I did like rounds, it'd be a little harder to pull up, but yeah, like right now I had to take it out because it didn't reach around the whole, the whole.
So you didn't make it long enough?
Yeah, I didn't make it long enough, so I got to go back over and try again. And sometimes this happens, and you just have to work with the clay, and I talk to the clay sometimes, and if a pot sits funny or crooked, you just keep working at it till it comes out to.
So you straighten that child of yours
yes,
out.
There you go. Yeah.
Straighten that kid out.
Yes.
Well, and sometimes, I would imagine that the pot tells you what it wants to do.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes, and then we just go with it,
Yeah.
And then, like some of them, like, oh wow, this looks cool,
Yeah.
We'll see. And there have been like funny shaped ones that we've brought to, sell, and, they've sold. So I guess, it's to one's liking, whether or not they like the shape of the pot or, So now I'm just, I'm going inside the pot to mend it together, so that way.
And what happens if you don't mend the coil together with the rest of it?
Yeah, it's just gonna kind of like dry up in different pieces, and what
Will it crack or break if you don't
and then
squish it all together?
It could have air pockets in there, so you really will need to blend it, when you're building it up, so that way you can take out the air pockets in the pot. And like right now, I can, that's what
And so after you're done adding all these coils on and smoothing these pots, you let them dry.
Yeah.
How many of them come through the drying process without cracks in them or problems?
After they're dry,
no, until you get up to the end of the drying stage. After they're dry and you look at them.
We haven't really had that much problems with them. We try. I've had actually some that have cracked where I sealed a piece, say a vase. Okay, I have kind of like this. And if I was going to put a neck on this, I needed to attach it to here. So when I attached it, I don't know, for some reason, either it wasn't wet enough or,
too wet?
Yeah, and then when it fired, it was cracked. So, yeah. So those I have at home. They're at home in my kitchen up on top of the cupboards, and that's where they're at.
Well, if anybody can see the cracks, then you always put the crack to the wall, to face the wall.
Yeah. So, but we haven't had things have been good, and I mean, we haven't made that style of pot for a while, and
so where do you get your ideas for shapes?
I see pots, and I think, I wonder if I can do that, and it doesn't come out exactly like someone else's pot, it'll just like, I work at it and then it becomes my own style. Yeah, so
Derek, do we have a question?
So I just got a question, and the question is, who is J. Estevan? The letter J. Estevan.
It could be a lot. There's a Janet Estevan, a Jamie Estevan.
But Estevan's a really common name at Acoma Pueblo. It's like saying, who is Jay Smith?
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know who I don't know. That's the only two that I can think of off the top of my head, but I don't know who they're talking.
Well, like in Santo Domingo or Kiwa Pueblo, Tenorio is a very, very common name.
Yeah.
We carry the work of 3 potters: Robert Tenorio, Thomas Tenorio, and Franklin Tenorio.
Yeah.
They're not related to each other.
Oh yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, that's how it is at home.
Yeah.
We're not related to all the Estevans, so the only one we're related to, Jay, starting with the initial J, is Jamie. That's one of my cousin brothers. Yeah.
And how many people are in Acoma Pueblo?
Oh my God, I won't even know. Wait, I'm just gonna guess on the top of my head, maybe 3 or 2,000. I don't know.
Now, for the person,
might know.
for the person who asked that question, why don't you send an email? Jennifer.
Oh, yeah.
Jennifer.
I think she's, I don't know, is she still, I haven't seen her.
I haven't seen her in a long time.
No.
Oh.
And we also got another comment. The comment is from Nick. Nick says, our Fine Art Museum, the Minnesota Institute of Art, has several of Paula Estevan's pieces. They're all gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
Oh, nice. Wow. You're a museum gal, huh?
That's awesome.
You're really famous.
Yeah.
Yay.
I didn't know, but.
So how many people do you think live at Acoma Pueblo?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I couldn't really even tell you, Miss Andrea, how many people. I guess that's bad. Looks bad on me because
I'm sure you don't got to go out there every day and every time someone has a baby.
Yeah.
That you add another, slash to the number.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I couldn't even give you an exact number or anything.
Well, would you consider Acoma Pueblo to be a small or a medium or a large Pueblo?
I consider about medium.
Medium,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know that Kiwa and San Felipe each have around 5,000 or more members, so less than that.
Yeah.
And Acoma Pueblo has an awful lot of potters.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of potters.
Because it's all been passed down from generation to generation. And, a lot of us, well, like me, I was self-taught, but I was inspired, I seen my great-grandmother. And there's a lot of, artists that have, like, their 4th generation,
Or
daughters
more.
that make, or their sons that make, seeing the great grandmothers, make the pottery, and that was it was awesome living on top, because when you would see the great grandmothers like I did selling their artwork on top of the mesa, you see the tourists come and they would have their pots. Oh, and another thing I helped my great grandmother do was fire outside. We will go collect the cow dung and so she could do a firing. And I helped her a little here and there, and I wish I could have gotten more into how to mix the clay and all this and that.
We have another question.
It's actually more of a comment, and one person sent us a photo of their Paula Estevan pots on display, and it's on the screen for you, Paula.
OMG! That's awesome! That's awesome!
So, and also we have another question here from David. David says, I'm always amazed at the precision of the geometric designs. Are these done freehand, or are there measuring tools to achieve these patterns?
No, they're freehand.
But Robert has measuring tools.
He has measuring, his fingers are his measuring tools. But yeah, that's all freehand. What he's doing, that's what, I do, and it's all done by
So
hand.
you eyeball it,
Oh,
or Robert measures with his fingers?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. He does.
Only around the phone.
Do you ever use his measuring tools?
No.
No, his
I
fingers,
can't,
his fingers don't touch your
it
parts?
doesn't, it just don't work. He can't do what I do, and I can't do what he does, so we just stay away from it and concentrate on our own stuff.
There,
Yeah, so
there you go.
I've gotten this far, and I'm gonna let it sit for a little bit to, because if I build it again, it's kind of still wet, and when I try to put something, it just kind of gets too flimsy.
Yeah,
So
and may collapse.
Yeah. So I'm
So
gonna
you
put this
could-
aside.
Yeah, you could put it sort of up in front of the table between the two pots.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And
So
it'll have
then,
a chance to dry a little bit.
actually, I got one that I wanted to. Okay, this one I left raw, and I need to put a little lip on this one. I just wanted to show the different, steps that it takes. So this one's more of a flat style pot. And then,
Yeah, oh, it's beautiful.
yeah, so this I'm gonna put a little, kind of like a curved lip on it, kind of,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll let that sit, and then I'll show how we scrape the pot, and then we'll go from there. Let me go ahead
And in the meantime, Robert is making little boxes.
Yeah, that's about the longest.
Lots and lots of little boxes.
It's a while before. Actually, yeah.
For those of you that are tuning in who've never been to Acoma Pueblo, the old village on the top of the mesa is very representative. It's very similar to Masada in Israel in biblical times, because over time there were many other tribes that raided, and there were problems with other tribes, and the Acoma people lived at the top of this cliff, like the cliffs at Masada, and that was a really stronghold, a fortress. And when the Spaniards arrived, the same thing is true. Are we playing music?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I didn't know I would have.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Oh no, go for it. I love having an accompaniment. What are you doing there?
I'm just shaping the pot, because sometimes it kind of has little bumps and whatever, and I'm just trying to make it as perfect as I can. But yeah, we use this to shape it, and then as best as we can, and then just let it sit. And then when we scrape it, we mold it some more. I mean, shape it some more. But yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make noise while you were talking.
We're going to interrupt each other a whole bunch all day long, which is good, because, I'm sure everybody wants to know. I mean, they're not interested in listening to me just blubber on. They're more interested in what you have to say and what you're doing. And, sometimes from me talking, I give you the opportunity to actually do the work instead of Thomas, who made a half of one pot one day.
Yeah, but you were saying something about, because you've been around the world. So.
And the ancient village that is at the top of the mesa is really not inhabited by families anymore. There are a couple families that still live up there, but no water, no electricity.
Yeah.
No bathrooms, no gas, and it's a really, really hard life living at the top of that mesa. It's mostly used now for ceremonial reasons. They have dances up there, the war chiefs. And by the way, war chiefs at Acoma don't make war. What they do is they pray for peace.
Yeah.
And which is a really interesting title to give someone who spends their dutiful time praying for peace. And I'll tell you a little bit more, because I had an experience up there that was really, really quite wonderful with the Lucario family. And I'll tell you about it again when Rebecca and her daughter Amanda are here, because it was at their invitation that I had the privilege of being up there. But now the families live either down below in traditional housing or some in government housing that's a little bit closer to the freeway. The mesa of Acoma that sticks up into the sky, hence it's called Sky City, is about 20 miles south of I-40 between Albuquerque and the city of Grants, New Mexico. But I can imagine what it was like living up there in the days, again, with no water, no electricity, no gas, no bathrooms, and no source of water other than what was collected after rainfalls. But Paula, you lived up there when you were a kid. What was it like?
I was just going to say that. It was fun. It was awesome. It was just living free and, just running around doing, after we did, going with our buckets to the water hole to get the water. And we played with the neighbors, kids. There was actually quite a bit of people that lived up there when I was younger. So, and when it was on the hot days, I would go over to what we call the edge, to the mesa at the edges of the mesa, and just go sit on a rock where it was so cool. I would lay there and, just enjoy the coolness of the rock. And
the view.
Yes.
I mean, you could see forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it was awesome. I mean, there's nothing like it unless you've experienced it. And even without the electricity, or we had outhouses at the time. They're more modern right now for everyone to use. But yeah, it was fun.
Did you go to school?
No. I don't know. I don't even remember if it was during the school time, but it might have not been, and maybe that's why I was up there.
Well, if you were looking for a place that was cool on the rock, it was probably summertime.
Yeah.
Because you get snow. I don't think you'd be looking for a cool place if there's snow on the ground. There are plenty of those around.
Yeah, and so I helped out my great-grandparents the best way I could. I mean, I was still young, but I had a couple of my aunts that lived up there with us, and we would do the chores, of course, and do what we were told. And then when we had free time, we just hung out.
So the women would do the cooking. Where would they get their foodstuffs, and how would they cook it up there if you don't have any gas or electricity? And
everybody had a wood pile. So I mean, of course, the great-grandpa and the uncles and whoever were there to help, they would chop the wood.
They'd have to bring the wood up. Where would they go get the wood?
Just the nearby mountains around, surrounding the mesa.
Mm-hmm.
They would go get the wood, and there's two kind of wood that they would get. It was the pinon, which we used to warm up the living room, and then the cedar. Which
so you had a fireplace or wood stove?
There was a wood stove, a wood stove, and then we used to have to chop the two different kinds of wood, and that's how they would cook the food. And I remember taking a trip, like there was a little store in the Laguna Village, or Karahi, that's located on the Laguna Reservation. So, and my grandma and grandpa would trade sometimes to buy groceries and stuff like that.
What would they trade?
Pottery.
Pottery?
Because she was a pottery artist, so she
and
took
then
some of her pieces.
The store owners would sell them to the tourists?
I'm pretty sure they did, you know. I just remember going to a couple places where they traded, and we will get the food and whatever, like the kerosene for the lamps,
Yeah.
you know, and that's how we use what we use for the light. And
Well, you're not very old, Paula. What, and you were little, you know, sort of what year was this?
oh God, I was only 8 or 9. That's me. I was born, what, 70s? Yeah.
So this was in the 70s?
Yeah.
This is in the 70s, not so long ago.
Yeah.
Not so long ago that, you know, you had kerosene for the lamps and you traded pottery for food.
Yeah.
And you were a kid that hung out on the rocks on the mesa. Trying to stay out of trouble, huh?
Yeah. Most of the time we did.
Well, I know you on that, but like that didn't last very long.
Yeah, I mean, it was so fun. I mean, you know, I miss the days when there's hardly anybody really that lives up there, you know. And
Yeah, well, it's ceremonial.
yeah.
It's ceremonial up there. And,
Yeah.
you know, the religion is so much a part of your life
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
but other than that, you know, we live in more modern ways right now, you know. We live in a village in the subdivision area of Skyline, is what it's called.
uh-huh.
And that's where we
That's not too far off I-40, is it?
no, it's, you get off exit 102 by the casino. Yeah, by the Sky City Casino. And you take the main road, which is called Pueblo Road.
Uh-huh.
And it leads you, where there's signs and stuff, so it kind of leads you all the way. And then, yeah. And you can also get to the Mesa from exit 108. I'm losing my...
You keep losing your
I
mask.
know. Yeah.
Well, you may have to grow some bigger ears.
I know.
No, hold it on.
Or maybe I'll just attach some.
Yeah, well, you know, we have some other masks, Derek, like this, and they're real easy to wear if you just want to.
Okay.
So you don't have to keep worrying
Yeah, so
about
I don't
it.
have to, yeah,
And
because
there's
I'm gonna be all white right here anyway.
Yeah.
Let me
Well,
see.
you know, everyone should
Which
know
way
that
does it go?
the reason, there's one part that
This
has
way?
a little metal strip in
Think
it.
the other way.
This way?
There's a metal strip at the top.
See the metal strip at the top so you can pinch it around your nose?
Okay, yeah.
Well, the reason that we're all masked up here is because our governor wants us to be. And yesterday she had her weekly news conference and she said the state of New Mexico is just doing great. We're really coming along. And it's, you know, it's really good. And if you pinch it on your nose and then it will stay on a little better. But it's nice and soft.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And yeah, when you look at the maps on TV, it's really fun because all the Southwest is all red. We're surrounded by it, and New Mexico stands out because we're just doing so well.
Yeah.
And hopefully that will continue. It was real scary for a while because even though we were doing well, we had an awful lot of out-of-state license plates here, and from Texas and from Arizona, and you know what's been happening to them. And so the things, you know, got a little worse here. But anyway, the virus has affected all of us here. Like I said earlier, we're still closed to protect our employees. Now, what do I have here, Paula? Okay, there's a question from Daniel. Thanks, Daniel. And he wants to know, do you paint the commercial clay with a slip before painting the design? Or is the slip also commercial? And what is the source of the red and black paints used in the designs?
Okay, we don't use a slip. The clay that we use will turn white when it's fired. We do use commercial paints. You know, we use one that's called cinnamon and black.
So you get these at the ceramic store?
Oh yeah, the pottery. pottery and a shop. And yeah, I mean, I do use traditional paints and brushes and stuff, but for during our ceremonies, that's what I tend to use, because I do make the bigger pots, and it's easier to paint with the yucca, or and then the like the red or orange that you see on some pots, it comes out nicer, but for these, I personally don't like to use it, because sometimes it chips. So if it chips, there's no way to repair it on a pot, on this, and there goes the work that we put into it.
Maybe we should call this Confessions of an Acoma Potter.
There you go. Hey, let's just make it a, what do you call it? Soap opera.
A soap opera. Yeah, there we go. And while Robert sits in the background and makes little boxes.
Yeah.
But we'll be talking to Robert a lot as well. But Daniel, I hope that answers your question. So when you make a pot and you scrape the pot, then you just polish the pot and you don't put a slip on top of it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now I finished this one with the lip, and that's gonna sit aside, and then I'll probably it's almost done. But
I can always talk to Robert for a while, or if you want, continue on, Paula, go for it. Because
Okay. Yeah. Well,
it will be fun to see when Robert gets to
then you guys can switch.
Then we can switch gears.
Yeah, and but then so this is gonna sit, and it's almost ready to scrape. And after you scrape the pot, which I will show you guys later, this is how it dries. This is how it dries. And
is it fragile in that state?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we gotta be very.
Have you broken any when they were like that?
What is that?
Have you broken any when they were in that state?
Yeah, we made holes in them. Because sometimes after what other stuff I use to make the pot smooth is sandpaper. Yeah. Sandpaper goes a long ways.
And traditionally, in the old days, people used gourds. Sanding.
Yeah. My mom has some. Like I said, I've gotten them. So what I'm doing is just gonna flatten the bottom, so it's steady, and I'll do this.
Well, Paula, what was really interesting is the first day that Ruby was here, from sanding pots and polishing pots and making pots, all those other things. She said she didn't have any fingerprints because they were all worn off.
Oh, really?
Well, obviously, I guess your fingerprints aren't worn. So there are no bank robberies. No bank robberies in your future.
Really, huh? This will be a time to go with a mask.
You have a mask and no fingerprints? Boy, perfect.
What does the movie set it off? So this is part of what we do after the pot has dried.
No, it looks like you have a little indentation in the bottom. Why do you do that?
It just helps to make it more steady, more steady. Mm-hmm. Sometimes if I make it flat, it kind of wobbles. So this helps with and then also, I don't know, for me, if it's flat and I sign my name, and it could come off once you set it down. So and then this is kind of more like a traditional how they the Acoma pottery, and there's other pebbles that make the indentation. So but
well, I think some of the indentation, especially on the big water jars, was so that you could climb down the cliffs, retrieve the water, and climb back up the cliffs. And the only appendage you had left to carry that water was on your head. And that indentation conformed to your head and made it a little bit easier to
but this
to
one wouldn't work. So, I mean, yeah, that's the purpose for the bigger, yeah.
So now you can turn the tap on,
Yeah.
and you don't have to carry the Tupperware on your head.
Yeah, so, but, that's more of a kind of a show for the small, pieces that we do. We're not going to carry none of this on our heads or, do any of that.
And for everyone who's listening, please never, ever, ever put water inside of American Indian pottery. They have no glazes on them like your coffee cup does.
Yeah, don't try carrying them on your head.
And don't try carrying them on your head unless you're really good at that sort of thing, but I wouldn't risk it. And the water will leach through the pots and eventually destroy the pots. But, the people that use them to store water could just go home and make another one. And I doubt if there's anyone listening here today that will, have the ability to go home and make another one. So,
Yeah.
So what are you doing here?
I'm sanding it and making it,
With sandpaper?
Yes, with just a regular block. Sanding block, and I'm gonna do this with the whole pot. And after this is done, I'm gonna just wipe it down. Sometimes I get to the polishing part right after I do this, but and sometimes we'll just let them sit, let them dry over again, and then get to the polishing part. So like Robert, his pots he polished.
Yeah, it's nice and shiny.
Yeah, and I'll polish. I think I'll have time to polish this pot.
Now, if I can interrupt just a second, Derek.
Yes.
On front of me, I see a red flashing light. Is that a problem?
That is.
Where?
Right there, on that white thing.
Yep.
That's okay?
That's the battery charging.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that the camera wasn't going to blow up after it flashed the red light so many times. So Derek is my younger son, and he is our director. So when you see the screen change or the cameras change, he's the one who's doing all that, and he's making sure that all the visual apparatus is working. And we have Scott, who's back on the computer with the Zoom and taking questions from you out there. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask us along the way. But Paula now is in the process of sanding this pot, making it nice and smooth.
Yes.
And that's real fine sandpaper?
Yes. Yeah, it works better.
Yeah.
I could never use the lava rock that my mom used to use. That's why I'm a contemporary artist. It's just so hard to use the tools that she, the old way. And
well, it's a real testimony to how much work and how much skill it takes to do the old way.
Yeah.
I mean, not only do you have to be a talented potter, but, you have to be a chemist, you have to be a geologist.
Yeah.
You've had to have decades worth of practice.
Yeah.
And it's really, really quite wonderful. But, to see someone who has taken modern materials and adapted them to the traditional ways is, something that's a little different for people to see out there. Now, you're creating a whole pile of dust there.
Yeah.
Would you save the dust?
No.
No. Okay.
No, it just gets it all over everything. So we usually will donate sometimes to people that will reuse like the scrapings and stuff like that, and we're just.
Because you could add water to that dust in your place.
Oh yeah, you could, and I don't know. We just haven't tried it, or reuse the scrapings or the dust from it.
Is your house all full of dust?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I told Robert we need to get some more blinds because you could just see the dust under the blinds. And we have a shop at our home. It's just we haven't put it all together to start working in it. So we work out of our kitchen, you know. So
that's what many people say is that when they're asked if they have a studio, which sounds very sophisticated, but the studio is the kitchen table. And you know you have to quit working so you can eat.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, that's why then we just go move into the living room area and have our meal in there. But yes, this is what one of the steps that we do.
Do you ever sand through it? Ever sand a hole? Oh yeah.
When if we're not careful and we're not aware of how thin we make, it'll go through something. And the worst part is if it's down here. It's just like really hard to fix the part. That was so comfortable laying there.
What Paula's referring to is one of our gallery dogs is on a big fat pillow.
Right beside me.
Right beside
and I keep looking at him, wanting to lay down beside him.
And he is just out cold. It's really sort of fun. Derek's pride and joy is his dogs. I mean, you can see now Stout is there. And what's the old saying? Let sleeping dogs lie. But he's just really, really out cold.
Okay, so now this is done. You know, laying sand, and you know that's why we sand it, so it can come out smoother and get all the bumps and everything out.
Robert, maybe you can hold your piece up to the camera so people can see how much you've progressed making, and the bottom too, where you have lots of little...
I'm just almost getting to the finished part of the bottom part.
Yeah.
I'm about halfway there, and I'll be painting pretty soon. Putting something on there. That's the mark.
So now what are you beating? You're beating another piece of clay?
I'm gonna wipe this down, and then I'm gonna go ahead and build that up. I should have just put this in.
And while Paula is working on getting rid of the dust, because we don't want the dust either.
I don't want the dust all up in here.
We have a couple thousand pots in here that we would have to dust. Anyway, I know that what Derek was doing is moving the camera over so that you could see some of their finished work. And remember, you know, if you purchase any of Paula and Robert's pieces, it's so that they have a good Indian market without an Indian market.
Okay, let me see. Okay, then after that's done.
And one thing, you know, we advertised that we would be going till 5 o'clock. Well, yesterday we cut it a little short because sitting in a chair for 6 hours and gabbing away, or in this case laughing the whole time is really pretty tough. Now what are you doing?
I'm wiping it so that way, because you can see like the...
Wiping it with?
Just a sponge.
And water?
A commercial sponge. I didn't have to go dig for it or...
dig up the sponge, and you're putting water on it? And why are you doing that?
Because the sandpaper scratches the pot, so it leaves all the scratch marks. So this one, it just smooths it out more and takes off the scratch marks from the
even though the sandpaper is really fine.
So sometimes we use what would it be, a higher grade? To to really take off like the bumps or whatever on the pot. Because with the fine one, you just have to really keep going at it, and we don't want to do that because it takes a while and it leaves more dust. So this is almost ready for polishing, but I'm gonna go ahead and get back to the little pot and finish it. Okay, so that's done. Okay.
Pretty soon you're not going to have room to work because there'll be so many pots there.
I know. Yeah, I don't know if he'll get to, you're not even going to be able to get to that one, huh? This.
Oh, we have lots of time. We have the whole,
We're still,
day.
What do
We
we
have
need
the
to
whole
this
day.
like an hour?
Is your piece ready to have more clay added to it?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay?
Yeah, see, it's kind of more,
Because if
a
it-
little more firmer than earlier.
Yeah, because if it's too early and it can sit and dry a little bit more, you might want to go over and talk about some of your pots.
Okay, let me build this part up
Okay.
and then, yeah, because I
Okay,
don't want it
that's
to get over dry. And, yeah. And then after this, then I can go over there and. Honey, there you are.
Yeah.
There's Honey.
Another gallery dog that has to sort of poke her nose into what's going on here. But the dogs have been here for years and years, and people say, what about their tails? Have they ever broken anything? And the answer to that is
yeah.
no, they're more careful than the humans.
Right? Yeah. So, you want to talk about yours? Are you almost done? Maybe Robert can go talk about his pots over there. He's almost done penciling.
Oh. Oh, what are you gonna do anything on the top, or do you paint that first, or?
Nope.
What? No?
Nothing to, just line it.
You'll just line it?
Yeah, for now. Think about what I'm gonna put on there.
Yeah. That's after we block it off, then we kind of think like which design are we going to put on there, and then that's where we start.
Yeah.
The design.
Well, it's interesting because I've never seen anyone flatten out the coils before. It's great. Makes it a little easier, doesn't it?
Yes, much easier for me anyways. Might be a little harder for some, but
You do it so skillfully and so evenly. It's amazing.
I try.
Practice.
Yes.
And how long have you been making pots?
Oh, at least about 30.
30 years?
But yeah,
Wow.
I started about when I was 17,
Uh-huh.
and but only on like ceramic pieces, the pots that are.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, so what I started with, because of a sister friend of mine, her family used to do pottery. And I was like, wow, the pieces that they would do with the fine line work.
Uh-huh.
And, she will encourage me. I don't know if she's watching. Hi, Kim. But anyway, so.
Actually, we have a bunch of your family members watching. We have Maddie and Mataya. I don't know how to pronounce it.
My niece.
My aunties and uncles miss you guys. I enjoy seeing you guys doing big things. Keep up the good work. One from Hope Estevan. Hi, sister and
My
brother
sister.
watching. Hope you're doing a great job. Love you both. And one from Robert's son. I'm working with you guys. LOL. Love you guys. Keep up your hard work. And Dad, don't get cross-eyed.
Try not to.
Hi, sister. Hi, Maku. That's how we say niece and our daughter in our language.
Uh-huh.
You call them,
Now, the language you speak, Tiwa, Tewa, Towa, Kiris?
Karisin.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Karisin. We're both, in that category.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
do you speak fluently?
I don't speak fluent. I lost it. I don't know. My aunts and uncles say I used to talk it when I was smaller, younger. Like I told you, I lived on the mesa, so
Yeah.
I probably did learn it, and I don't know. Maybe just because I was moved here, and I moved to the urban life, and that's all I know. After that, when they took me off the rock.
They took you off the
Yes,
rock.
they took me off the rock, and so I mean, I understand it, but I can talk, some words, and
Yeah.
but I just can't, carry on a conversation.
Uh-huh.
But and Roberts is a different story.
Now, Laguna
But you
speaks
don't
the
really
same
talk.
language?
Just about. It's a little different
It has a little different
dialect,
Yeah.
you could say.
a little different dialect to it.
A slightly different dialect.
Well,
you
kind of.
can understand
So
You can
say-
understand each other?
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would imagine if you jumped the fence, you'd have to.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, like say we could say Coatzi, he knows what that means. So that's the same thing they say.
What does it mean?
Hello,
Coatzi?
Coatzi. Like you're saying gu,
Gu?
Coatzi,
Guatzi.
Coatzi.
Guatzi.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you say goodbye?
Atskai. Like Atskai.
Hey,
Atskai.
at sky?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right. We'll see you later, or
Uh-huh.
yeah. We'll see you. Yeah. That's but and then we know some fruit, some colors, and like for pottery, it's stuni. I don't know if anybody's ever shared that with you.
no. We have
And we also
another,
have another family member who's is Lara and Estevan. It says, hi, sister, brother. It's so awesome to see you both in this pandemic. We don't see you much. You both do some beautiful artwork, and we're proud of you both. We love and miss you.
Aw, thank you, sister.
well, let's talk a little bit about the pandemic. What
Yeah.
are you under any restrictions at Acoma Pueblo?
Yes, we sure are. We have we're on a what do you call it? Curfew.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we got it. It's from I think 5 to 8 o'clock in the evening. 8 to 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, one of them. Anyways.
So what
I'm not
time,
there and I know what time the curfew is.
what time do you have to be home?
By 8.
By 8 o'clock?
Yeah, we have a checkpoint as well
Uh-huh.
when you go back onto the reservation. So, we have to get whatever we need to get done between the time we leave and, have to get back onto the reservation. We, of course, have to social distance and wear masks. There's not much to do on the reservation, so more or less everybody's at home, staying, home, and we go for walks.
Yeah.
We started walking.
Maybe do a little in the garden.
There's some farmers that do gardening, or they have their gardens, kind of a little further away from where we live, and in the other villages. And my son actually planted again this year. His crops
Well, what do you
look pretty
plant?
good. Corn, different colors of corn. What else? I think
Chili?
he did pumpkin. I don't
Uh-huh.
think he did chili. I'm not too sure. But yeah, but his corn looked pretty good. I mean, everybody actually. We've had quite a bit of rain this past week, I think it was, past 2 weeks. And yeah, so it hit us good and it watered the plants. And yeah, but other than that, we're just at home doing whatever we can to keep busy and try to make a, income. There's a lot of members that do like paparazzi. I don't know if you've heard of it. They sell jewelry, like nickel-free jewelry and stuff. There's some that do nails and just different things that, to keep busy. And
Do we have another question?
I do have another question. This comes from Eric. And Eric says, Paula, what is the largest pot you've hand coiled? Also, have you revitalized the Acoma designs of your Sun Plan's matriarch into your current work?
okay, Eric is
How big?
how big? I say about this big. It's
What's
the
that, about
biggest
18 inches?
And I brought it actually to you. Yeah.
Yay,
Yes,
yay.
and Miss Andrea had it, but it's gone. And what was the other part of the
It
question?
has a happy home.
Yeah.
And the other part of the question, Derek, can you read it?
Have you revitalized the Acoma designs of your Sun Clan's matriarch in your current work?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, some of our designs are, come from the designs from back, in the day, and you see it all over. You see the old designs, and what I do is kind of, how would you say it? Like, make the design smaller, like, I don't know how you explain it, but yeah, just or I'll take a piece of the design and then put it onto our pot, but yeah, most of the work we do is just from looking at the older pots, and we go from there. And
Well, I think maybe this might be a time to define a few terms, because you talk about the reservation, you talk about the village, you talk about the pueblo.
yeah.
They're all basically the same thing. The reservation is sort of all the villages combined and all the land that a particular pueblo owns. And pueblo is merely a Spanish word that means village. And village, of course, is that other form, another word for it.
So I have a question that is coming from Ken, and Ken is having a little bit of trouble with our website, and we apologize for that because of what's going on with Google and Google Chrome, and we don't really understand what's going on, but we're working to fix it as quickly as we can. But the best way to get in touch with us is just to call us, 505-986-1234. Again, that's 505-986-1234. Just call us, we'll be glad to help you.
We have operators standing by. It sounds like the shopping network, doesn't it? But what you said, Paula, or what the question was about, was the Sun Clan. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about what a clan is and how many clans there might be and what the clans are named for and why there are clans in the first place. And I know that's about 4 different things that I've asked you to do, but we can, take them one at a time. Are you a member of the Sun Clan?
I sure am.
You sure am. And,
Yes.
And what does that mean?
All I know is it's passed down through the mother, or the, I guess, lineage, I guess is the
lineage
yeah,
of mama.
of the mom, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so So say my great grandmother or my grandmother was a big Sun clan, and then my mom became a big Sun clan, her daughters actually. And then that gets passed on to the granddaughters. So it just keeps going on and on.
Okay.
And then,
yeah. So what if you, as a member of the Sun clan, have a son, and your son marries another, a gal from Acoma who's not of the Sun clan? Does he is he a member of the Sun clan, or does he join her Sun clan?
Yeah, he as well, the male, takes over the mom's clan.
So if your children, your son and his wife, who's a different clan, if they have kids, do the boys become the Sun clan and the girls follow the mama's clan?
Okay, I'll give you an example. I have a granddaughter. She comes from a different Pueblo, okay? My son's a big Sun clan, and he's a little red corn on his dad's side. The dad comes after the mom. So those are his two clans. On my kids, me and the dad's kids. And then my granddaughter, she's half San Domingo. Her mom, they're the same way. They go by the mom. And so she's a big fox, and because my son's big son, she becomes the little son, and so that's how it's carried on with either a different pueblo or in our same pueblo. The children always take over from the mom, the clan from the mom, and then whatever the father is, then that their little Sun clan.
But your son, if you had a son, he would be Sun clan also.
Yeah. I have three sons and one daughter, and they're all big Sun clan, and they're all little red corn.
Big Sun and little red corn, because their father is
a
red corn
from his mom.
From his mom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We like the idea that the girls come first and the boys come second or even further back.
Yes. Yes. Well, who brought them in this world? That's all I gotta say.
Well, it's you always sort of know who the mama is.
Yeah. Yeah.
The father, sometimes you're not so sure. You always know who the mama is.
Now, daddies.
Can your son, this is a hard one. Can your son marry someone who is, the girl is of the big Sun clan?
Oh, no.
No?
It's not supposed to be like
it's
that.
Not supposed to be like that.
They're considered our clan relatives. So say he made a big Sun from the big Sun clan. Yeah,
she's related somehow.
We're just related. We can be related through blood because of the mothers giving, the clan over. And sometimes, like, there's other pueblos that have big Sun, and we're not, they're not related.
They're not related.
Yeah, we're not related to a big Sun from a different pueblo or whatever. And it just depends. You have to ask who the grandparents are and where,
So it's a way of mixing up the gene pool.
Kind of, yeah.
So you don't wind up with some strange offspring.
Yeah. If you're related to the
so
to the person.
The purpose of clans is so you keep mixing the population. Well, that's maybe one of the purposes.
Well, yeah, I guess
because they can intermarry in the same clan.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Do the various clans have different roles inside the pueblo?
Yeah, we have our antelope clan who take care of how something I can't really say, but
Yeah,
they're
well, and
kind
you
of
know, if you can't
higher.
answer any of these
Yeah,
questions,
yeah,
there's absolutely no reason why
Yeah.
you should, and that you shouldn't answer them. But
Yeah.
they have different roles. I mean,
Yeah.
what kind of roles? I mean, do some people take care of the dancing, or do some people, or do the dancing, or do some people take care of, I can't imagine what all the various roles might be within the Pueblo, but
yeah. Well, like there is like a water clan. They're responsible for bringing the rain or going. They have their own thing to where
for bringing the rain. So when it gets really dry in New Mexico, we should phone
Yeah,
up
we'll just call it the
water
water clan,
and say
yeah.
get busy dancing.
Yeah, so they
that-
cannot get their pots and fill them with water and go do a dance. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, they have,
Good.
yeah.
So not only do the clans not allow intermarriage, but they have roles within the Pueblo for various religious purposes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, but like I said, I can't get more detailed or whatever,
That's fine. I think that general idea of what the clans are for is
They got
probably
their own role.
there's something that a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah.
And this was a way of giving them a little bit
Little
of
information.
a little information.
Yeah. It's kind of difficult, to explain to people that don't really know, like really.
And shouldn't know. I mean, some things are private.
Yeah. So, but other than that, we have our clans, we have, the different duties that come with it, and
well, we know what the water clan does, and boy, do we depend on them in New Mexico.
yes, we sure have to. Yeah, there's a sky clan as well. So, yeah, it's just part of who
And
we are.
about how many clans are there?
I say about 12, maybe more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, great.
Robert is a badger. And turkey.
Badger, those smelly mean things. You're not smelly.
He's
You're
not
not smelly or mean.
Smelly.
You're not smelly or mean.
They smell good.
No, they don't smell. Badgers don't smell good at all. And they call them
They
honey
smell like rain and
badgers.
dirt.
Rain and dirt. Oh gosh. Yeah, but other than that, it's weird because okay, I have some first cousins that their mom is a big turkey, and she's from Santa Ana. So
Santa Ana is another pueblo along the Rio Grande. I don't know, what do you think, about 50 miles from Acoma? Maybe a little more? As the crow
about
flies?
60 or somewhere around there, yeah. And anyway, so like if we find out like someone, like my aunt, she's married to my uncle actually. That's what she's from Santa Ana, but she's a big turkey, so he will call her his mama.
That's my mom.
Because he's a little turkey.
Oh.
So even though they're not related, it's
it
just
doesn't matter which tribe you're from. She's from Santa Ana, I'm from Laguna. She's a big turkey, and I'm a little turkey, so that makes her my mom.
Yeah.
We don't look at it as any different.
So we acknowledge.
So you have a clan mama?
Yeah.
And you have a birth mama?
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Do you get 2 presents for Christmas?
Only if they think of her.
I didn't see any.
Yeah.
So what are you doing beating that pot?
I'm just shaping it. I finished building it up, so I'm gonna kind of mold it here, and make the little bottom to it, the little indentation to it. So you see how it's just round? Because this that I have is not, it doesn't really have a indentation in it. So what I do is I tap it like this until it's flat. I sometimes rub it so I know exactly where I'm gonna make the indentation. And if you see that flat part?
Yeah.
Okay, what I do is I go back, or we both do this. So we go back in there and make the little indentation like this. And that's it.
So you call it the book.
The butt. And that's it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, Paula sort of has to show me because I'm about 10 feet away.
Oh, yeah.
And as one gets a little older, one's eyesight doesn't necessarily get better.
Yeah. Oh, we know that. After these so many years of painting, our eyes are not so good, but we keep trying. I mean, until we can't see no more, I guess. Then we won't be able to paint or make pottery. So, but right now I have to wear 2 sets of reading glasses just to paint mine.
Well, Paula, how strong are those reading glasses?
One is like a 175, and I think the other one's 225.
Well, there is a website you should know about. It's called readers.com, and they have reading glasses that go up to 6.
Oh, wow.
And some of them are really cool. I mean, the ones I have today that are turquoise in the front, and they're not expensive, and I think these are a 4.
Really?
But there's like a 4.25 and a 4.5 all the way up. I mean, until they're probably as thick as Coke bottles.
Well, that's what we probably have to wear right now.
And they're fun and fashionable and all those other kinds of things, as well as being stronger. Because I got to the point where I think the ones in the drugstore only go up to maybe 3.25 somewhere.
Oh,
in there.
yeah.
And I needed just a little more. They were printing those phone books smaller and smaller and smaller.
Well,
at least I thought that.
That would definitely help. So I don't have to wear the two pairs. So right now.
Yeah. Also, a nice bright light helps too. Do we have another question?
Yep, we have a question. Paula, I have a spiral pot of yours. It's one of my favorites. Could you describe how you and Robert create a spiral pot? I apologize if you've not already done so. I just tuned in. How you guys do a spiral pot?
A spiral.
The design is what you're talking
It's
about?
the spiral design. The spiral design. I was like, I haven't done that.
Well, is that sort of what you're doing now?
Okay. Those.
I'm gonna be doing that pretty soon.
Yeah, I could do it, but he does it most of the time. So if you want to see, he's gonna do it right now. Oh, you're not gonna do it now, but
soon. Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
He'll show you. He's painting right now, and he can show how you do the spiral.
So what are you painting, Robert? Can we have Robert talk for a few minutes?
Oh,
because he's been just working away.
I am just lining this pot. Probably maybe do a spiral like you wanted.
Robert, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding you. It's a little muffled. Could you maybe speak a little clearer or a little louder? And I know it's really hard with a mask, but we in New Mexico do as we're told so that we don't die.
Yeah, definitely.
But I'm sorry about that.
Would you like to try one of these other masks?
Maybe I should.
Yeah. Maybe, because this one's kind of, the pulls, it really
Fuchsia here.
And yours is comfortable, isn't it, Paula?
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable.
And there's at the top, there's a little metal strip. The yellow part goes towards your face. Hey, look, we get to see what you look like. No, the other way. Flip it over.
This way?
Yeah, the yellow part towards your face. And that little metal, that strip at the top, that's where you squeeze it over your nose. Is it comfy?
Oh, yeah, a lot better.
Yeah, well, and we can,
Yeah.
understand you a little better now.
Well, I guess we got.
I know the one that you brought is far more fashionable.
Yeah.
But we want to make sure we were, going to hear every word. So tell us what you're doing, Robert.
Oh, I'm just getting ready to do, I guess I'll do a spiral like someone was asking about earlier, so here we go.
Here you go.
There you go.
So you're holding a pot that's been coiled, that's dried, it's been polished, and you have lined it off with a pencil?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And now what you're doing is beginning the painting process.
Yes. Oh, a spiral design.
Now, tell me about the brush. Is that a regular
Yes,
store-bought brush?
Yes, a regular store-bought brush. I really used to using a yucca like Paula does. But
And for those of you who don't know what a yucca brush is, yucca grows around New Mexico, all over New Mexico, and the yucca plant is a succulent. And if you break a piece of the succulent pod off plant off, it is fibrous on the inside. And if you chew off the green stuff, you wind up with hairs. And you can then choose to make that yucca brush have as many hairs as you like, from ones that might be thick enough to put slip on to ones that are just one hair to paint with. But Robert is using a commercial brush to paint his spiral design. Tell me about the paint.
good, also commercial paint. What is that called?
Old 37.
Old 37. We used to use jet black paint, but it tended to come out gray as it was fired. So that's why we switched to the old 37.
Okay.
We have another question that came from Daniel again. Oh, Daniel's a very inquisitive guy. Anyway, that's good, and thank you, Daniel, for doing this, because that really adds to the depth of knowledge that people can obtain from these demonstrations and conversations with the Pueblo, and that's really that's our primary reason for doing this. And he says, and Paula, you'll be happy to hear this, he has a piece of your pottery. At the end of her signature, there seems to be a Y. It looks like Estevan with a Y at the end. Is there any significance for that mark?
The only thing I put is the symbol of the sun under my my name, P. Estevan.
Uh-huh.
And I don't remember, I don't know what year it is, because I used to sign the year on the first where P. Estevan, and it might look like something, a Y, but it's actually a date.
It's actually a date?
A date, and then I do, right in the, below my name, I put the dots to represent the sun, my clan, and then I put Acoma, New Mexico.
Uh-huh.
And then, but then this year, I started doing the date, the year after Acoma, New Mexico. So I don't know which.
Yeah. The second part of the question is also, she has a hallmark of 5 dots, Is that representative of the sun clan? Well, that would be a big fat yes.
Yes. That represents who I am.
Yeah, there we go.
The sun, yeah.
Well, Daniel, email our website a picture of the bottom of your pot so that Paula can take a look at it, because it may be a date from a while ago.
And thank you for taking one of my pieces home.
Yay. Well, yes, and thank you for all the questions. Keep them coming. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm
right
sorry to interrupt. Robert, what, can you talk a little bit about what you're doing and still draw a straight line at the same time? No.
But not really.
No, not really.
Well,
When we get into the painting part, it's really concentration, because it's like,
Well,
he don't even talk to me sometimes when I ask him a
Well,
question.
we're at
I'm like, hello.
it's silent.
It's silent
Well,
and
then, if you need to concentrate and do that, let's just have you paint, and those people that are interested in the painting don't need an explanation. They can just watch and get a visual explanation. But if they have any questions, go ahead and ask us, and you can, do that
Sorry
in
for being a
between.
quiet person.
Do that in between, lining things off.
so right now what I'm doing is scraping this pot that's has become hard, and you have to actually wait till it kind of really gets firm enough before you can scrape it, or you'll make dents in it. Yeah, so you can take off a little at a time and then set it again, let it get hard again, and then go back over. So what you're trying to do is make your pot light.
Yeah.
So
And the scraping you do by touch and by sight.
yes, definitely.
No measuring tools, except Robert's fingers, and he's too busy painting.
Yeah, so, you know.
No, I probably love measuring.
So, okay, I don't know what step this will be. The fourth step, maybe, after you make the pot. No, the second, I think.
Hey, stop.
Anyways, but yeah, so you just keep doing this, keep doing it, scraping it, and eventually it's gonna become light enough where you can set it in the sun and let it dry. And then of course you saw the dry pot earlier, and what we have to do after that.
Well, it's a nice sunny day here in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
It's most of
Well, I
our
hope
days.
we can get this out there, to dry, because I won't have to take it home wet. It's scary when you have to carry a wet pot around.
Well, Ruby Panana was really funny because she uses her hair dryer.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And what Hubert does is he wraps them in plastic and lets them sit for days and days and dry very, very slowly.
Really?
Well, that's the nature of the clay
Yeah.
that is available in his pueblo.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we cover ours with plastic when we need to keep them moist till, say it's late and we can't scrape it till the next day. So we'll wrap them in the bags and just let it sit till the next day.
Well, Derek mentioned a little bit earlier that someone was having difficulty getting in touch with us. And, what happens with Google and Zoom and all those things, I mean, sometimes they're a little bit out of this world. And
that's why I don't go online.
and not consistent, which is too bad. And, some of it's their fault perhaps, and some of it is ours.
Yeah.
But we're so new at this that we don't really have enough experience to be able to fix things right away, but we're trying our best to make it all happen. We have another question?
We have several questions, but the issue with the website is that the forms on our website are not working because for some reason Google reCAPTCHA, the service that prevents us from getting 1,000 or 10,000 emails from Russia, is what is not working with a Google product, which is Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge, unfortunately. It still works within Firefox, but so please do use Firefox. It's the best thing to use for our website at the moment, but of course those things will always be changing. And also, I do have a question.
Well, Derek, if they want to get in touch with us.
If they want to get in touch with us, just give us a call, 505-986-1234, or send us an email, info@andreafisherpottery.com. And in the meantime, I have a question. Have the both of you taught any members from your respective communities how to paint pottery?
No, but I know who this person is, and I can teach you our way. But I know you got your own, and no, I haven't taught anybody. I don't know. I try to teach my kids. My granddaughter started learning to paint, but she's still little. But anyways, yeah, no, we haven't taught anybody else how to paint.
But weren't you responsible really for getting Robert going and teaching him a little bit of what you knew how to do? That was my understanding.
Yeah, I worked on it, and I just told him try it, because he kind of already, he was an artist himself. He used to carve kachina dolls. So he used to carve kachina dolls. The Hopi style.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And that's when I met him, that's what he was doing. And they were beautiful, pretty and beautiful. But anyway, so he stopped that because the market wasn't really good for that. And besides, it kind of was not our thing to do when he switched over, when he jumped the fence. Yeah,
Well, even on our other fence, on the other side.
Yeah, but anyway, so he was really talented with doing intricate things with his hands, and so he said he did some pots or painted pottery or some pottery.
Growing up back in the day.
So I just told him.
The ceramic though.
I just told him, well, try it, So he did, and he got good at it. So yeah.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about.
I still ask her for tips here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll give one to me if she wants to.
I'll keep it a secret.
Yeah, there we go. But now that he knows so much, if he watches you, he'll pick up on those secrets real quick.
Yeah, well, he has his own too, and and I get like wow, excited when I see some of his pots,
Yeah.
So it kind of goes both ways, I just offer my help. Sometimes he gets stuck, like, what should I do, and I just kind of give him a hint of, maybe try that or whatever. So, and he does. He's really good with doing detail, detail work. So.
Well, what Robert just said earlier is that he started off doing ceramic.
Yeah.
Well, everybody sort of has to know what that means. Because they would say that you're making ceramics because ceramics and pottery are synonymous.
Yeah.
However, ceramic in the Native American world means pots that are slip cast.
Greenware.
And greenware in the sort of international ceramic world means before the first firing of the pots, because pots that are wheel thrown are first molded, then they're dried. They're first thrown on the wheel, then they're dried, and then they're fired in the kiln. Before they're fired, they're called greenware. After they're fired, they're called bisqueware. And it is at that point that you add glaze to the surface of it and you fire it again for your finished product. With Native American pottery, the first stage and the first firing is the only firing. They're fired once and only once. There are no glazes on American Indian pottery. There were some experiments that were done at Acoma and Laguna maybe 100 years ago where they did a little bit of glazing of pots, and whether that was something that was initiated by the Pueblos itself or whether this was some white guy's idea of interfering with the tradition of their pottery making, I really don't know. But there are only a few examples of pots that are glazed from that particular area. So greenware or slip castware or ceramic is pottery that you go to the local craft shop, the ceramic shop, and you buy the pots that are already made. Yeah. The hardest part is already done for you. You're not digging the clay, you're not cleaning the clay, you're not coiling the clay, you're not scraping the clay, you're not sanding the clay, yeah. You are not drying the clay, you're not polishing the clay. You just go and pick this thing up, and what you do is you paint it. You usually return it to the same ceramic place. They put it in the kiln for you, and there's your finished product. It takes a little while sometimes to recognize what greenware is, mm-hmm. or what ceramic is, or what slip cast is, mm-hmm. And sometimes a few potters try to, they don't tell you. They don't tell you that. It's not that they're trying to cheat you in any way, it's just that if you don't ask the question, well, the information isn't necessarily volunteered. But some people, definitely it is. And because they've not gone through that traditional process of doing this time, I mean, that's the time-consuming part, is digging the clay and forming the pots. The decoration, quite frankly, is a whole lot less time-consuming than all the rest of it. And then firing it in the kiln that someone else does for you, the only part that you actually do is that bit of decorating. And a lot of the potters, especially from Acoma and some from Laguna, they have gone in that direction. It's easier, it's faster, you are more of a production than you are of a traditional, religiously involved person. I mean, it's more of a job than it is part of your ceramic tradition. And they should cost less. And they should cost a whole lot less because they are not really traditional pots. So if you've ever heard of those words, in the style of, or the look of, that's a good way to describe greenware, ceramic, or slip cast pottery. And if you're unsure, I mean, one of the ways that I can always tell is that the rim is a consistent thickness, and it is the same thickness from one pot to the other, and that the bottoms are usually flat, and they just have a different look about them. Mm-hmm. They don't feel right. They feel like, you know, you're picking up a dinner plate or a soup bowl or a coffee cup that's, you know, been made by the thousands in a factory. And effectively, that's what they are. They're made by the thousands in a factory. And the only part that is that is hand done is the decorating of the pieces. It's really difficult to be someone on the outside of a culture and say to the people who are on the inside of the culture, you can't do that. But we don't say you can't do that. We just say we do not wish to purchase that. And we don't wish to sell that because we prefer what you are seeing Paula and Robert doing, because not only is it more attractive, it is really much more true to the culture and the religion of the village, the pueblo, the reservation that it comes from. And so if you're not sure, more than likely it's Acoma and Laguna. The painted pieces tend to be greenware rather than the ones like from Santa Clara and San Ildefonso that are polished and that are ground fired and that are black pots, because you really can't get that black pottery and the quality of that black pottery any other way than by doing it the traditional way. And if you're unsure, don't hesitate to ask, because I've never met a potter when you say to them, is this greenware or is this ceramic, that they say, yeah, it is. But if you are aware of that, greenware pots should not cost thousands of dollars. Because, they went to the craft store and they paid someone to machine make the hardest part to do of the traditional pots. Do you think I covered that? Okay.
Yeah. I was just sitting here nodding my head. Yes. She says it better than I would ever tell you. Yeah.
But I think that should really be clear, because there's a lot of greenware in the marketplace, and even if you go into some of the shops in Santa Fe, pretty soon it becomes real easy to recognize.
Yes. We even recognize, some pieces that, like, this ain't traditional,
Yeah. Well, how do the people in the Pueblo feel about greenware and that their friends and relatives are selling those kinds of pots?
Well, it's to each is its own. Whatever they, I guess, their art is, what they want to do. If it's ceramic, whatever, plates, bowls, is what, like my sister, I have a cousin sister, that's all she does is ceramic. She goes to the Pueblo feasts around, the Pueblos, and they sell, the people want bowls, serving bowls. We have feasts and we have chilies and all kind of stuff, so that's how she makes her, her money. So it depends. If you have the talent to make your own pottery and paint it and do, then, that's good for you. But yeah, but we love it. It's just part of who we are, people that do greenware, they do beautiful work.
But if you're looking as the consumer, to buy a piece of art, or to think that somewhere down the line your great-grandchildren are going to have something that appreciates, greenware is probably not the way to go.
No.
It's not the way to go.
It's more of a, like you were saying, like commercial, like you want a piece of, you want some plates for dinner, or, something that you will find in a store or whatever, but, but like I said, there's a lot of people who do greenware and sell bowls and stuff, and some do little pots or miniatures that make them themselves. It's just so much. Different styles that people do, and
But what I feel my role is that I never want that traditional pottery to be replaced. By ceramic.
Yeah.
That's why we only carry the pieces that are made the traditional way,
Yes.
painted the traditional way.
Yes.
Because that tradition cannot die.
And one thing we've noticed being in this business is the ceramic pot is cheaper, and when there are shops that just buy ceramic, and say if I go in there and say would you like to purchase, or they want the same price as a ceramic pot.
It's one that's handmade,
Yes,
that's traditional.
yes. And it's like, it's handmade. It's, all done by hand. And they were like, and it's, that's the only problem I have with, doing you see nothing but ceramic pots we've actually had a buyer one time that wanted us to switch over to ceramic. We were like, so we don't do business with him no more.
Yeah, I'm glad you threw that person out.
Oh yeah, yes. So, it's to each its own, whatever style of art or whatever you want to do. But I don't see really nothing like.
Derek, I'm seeing
So we have another question. So we have another question that is coming in. Give me 1 second. The question is, when Paula and Robert decide to use the traditional Acoma clay and paints, will the price be 3 to 4 times higher?
Yes, probably. Yes.
well, because the work is
God.
more than that.
Yes, it's definitely, and if you see like an artist that does use the traditional clay, they're gonna be much higher. I think,
Well, first of all, you risk your life to climb in that cave and dig the clay.
Yeah, hoping that it doesn't come crashing down on you. Yeah. Yes, and then all the pounding you have to do with the pottery shards. You have to go look for the pottery shards.
Yeah. And you've got to get every root and every hair and every seed and every twig and everything other than clay out of that stuff that you just dug.
And I'm pretty sure like the traditional paints and stuff, you have to find the exact, you have to know what you're looking for.
Yes, you're a botanist, you're a geologist. You're a laborer.
They will be so much pricier for the person that asked that question. Because all the labor work, I don't know. I've never asked a person that works with traditional clay what their prices are or whatever. We don't, really communicate in that form, But, we.
And if you notice, if anybody's looking in at some of the prices of Paula's and Robert's, you can see how much labor is involved. Without the digging of the clay or making their own pots. And their prices they're in line with the idea that they are commercial clay and they are commercial paints that they're using. But it's the traditional process as well.
We have another question as well for you, Paula.
Okay.
And that question is, how do you fire your pieces? Do you use a kiln, and what kind of kiln?
Okay, it's what do you call it? It's an indoor kiln. It's
It's electric?
It's electric. I'm sorry. It's electric. No.
There you go. It's electric.
It's electric kiln. We usually take our pots to a little shop on the reservation that does the firing, and we drop the pottery off, and they get fired, and we actually do have our own kiln. We just haven't set it up because of the shop that we have. It's just right now we can't do it.
Well, one thing you should know is that all the other potters that we are having, none of them use commercial clay. They use the clay that is dug locally from their area.
Yeah.
And some of them are kiln fired. And the reason that they're kiln fired, and a lot of that has to do with the buying public, who is sort of demanding their own values be pushed into another culture's traditional work. And the pieces from Acoma Pueblo, so many people, most of the Acoma potters now, in fact, there's a rare person that fires outdoors at Acoma, and that's because the firing is so temperamental. And if the wind comes up, if the ground is too damp, if there's any moisture in the pot, if there are any air bubbles, all of that really affects that traditional firing. And most of all, if any smoke hits the pieces, that smoke is a stain. Though there's a romantic name for it, it's called a fire cloud. And some of those fire clouds, like at Hopi, are absolutely beautiful. You wouldn't even need any paint on a piece of pottery, because the fire clouds, Mother Nature puts the design on the pots with the fire cloud. But at Acoma, because of the nature of their designs, the intricacy of it, the fact that it's a clean black and white pot, and the white is white and the black is black, when the smoke hits the pot, it forms a gray area. And the buying public looks at that as a mistake. And it's really not a mistake. What it is just part of the process. That's the way you do it. And if you look at all the old Acoma pieces, they all have fire clouds on them where the smoke accidentally or was intentionally allowed to hit the pots. And so the buying public says, well, there's this dirty blotch on it. And consequently, a lot of those pieces the people from Acoma could not sell, even if they were beautifully painted. And as a result, they have switched over to kiln firing because there is no smoke. And there is no staining. All you get is the pure black and white pieces. So it's a rare person at Acoma who ground fires, and a rare person at Acoma now who even knows how to ground fire, because the kiln firing has been going on for a long, long time. Now on next Tuesday, tomorrow we have Marvin and Francis Martinez, but on Tuesday we're going to have Rebecca Lucario and her daughter Amanda. These guys ground fire, and it is just absolutely amazing what the results that they get. But Rebecca's been ground firing her entire life, and this is something that she does mainly because she and her family are very religious, and the ground firing is part of her religious activity. And you will get to see next Tuesday about her ground firing. Marvin and Francis, who are going to be here tomorrow, are real different than Paula and Robert, because they can only achieve the black pottery by ground firing it. I wish we could do a ground firing here, but I think the neighbors upstairs might be a little leery to have a fire in the middle of the building, and I think our smoke alarms wouldn't enjoy it either. But we can describe to you as much as possible, and they can describe to you what it's like to ground fire. I mean, day before yesterday, Thomas, who taught himself how to pot, talks about his adventures in ground firing, and one of those times he was the subject of the firing. He got just a little bit too close, and he said it smelled really funny and it was kind of hot. And it turns out that his shirt was on fire. And he even showed us the burn scar that he had
Oh
from
my God.
being a potter and firing outdoors and not knowing what he was doing, sort of trial and error. But anyway, I hope that answers the ground firing question. Do we have another one?
We do. Is it for Rob? Can you possibly share a story or an experience from any potters of the Pueblo of Laguna? Also, are you a first-generation potter?
I am. Well, actually, my mom was in a pottery club, I could say, when I was growing up. I don't really remember, but I seen some of her works, and I had pictures of her with the pottery and the other ladies that were in her club. And I don't know what was the other part? Sorry about that.
Yeah, do you have any experience of any other potters from the Pueblos of Laguna?
Do you have any experience?
Like an experience from any other potters?
No, I don't.
Well, there aren't very many
There's
potters.
potters, but like I said, I've been up in Acoma for numerous of years.
You jumped the fence how long ago?
Yeah.
19 years.
19
But
years.
before that, the only experience I had was, seeing my mom's work and, the pictures that my mom was there. But eventually my son is at it now, so hopefully he'll keep,
So
so.
it'll be a third generation.
Yeah.
If his son
Well,
actually
son.
he's learned how to make pottery now.
Yeah.
So Miss Tequila Sunrise,
Sunrise,
yeah, yeah. So he just we encourage him, and maybe hopefully one day he'll.
My
his work
sister,
will-
who was married up in Acoma, she paints too as well. But I haven't seen her make pottery, but she paints. I
Yeah.
know that she paints.
Well, we have a little bit of Laguna information on our website. There's a little blurb about Laguna Pueblo. And if you look at, you might be able to look up Max Early, Andrew Padilla, his mother, Gladys Paquin, Calvin Anala, and we have information about them on our website, bits of bios, and that might give you a little bit better idea of what happens in Laguna. But even though Robert was born in Laguna, I mean, 20 years at Acoma has distanced him from the goings on there.
So Priscilla would like to know from Robert, do you have an eraser on that brush?
There's no eraser.
Yeah. What happens if you make a mistake?
Oh, I got this. That's my eraser.
That's your
Scraper.
Scraper, so you
Yeah,
scrape off.
Yeah, this is my eraser right here. No, this ain't.
And it's rare, so
It's a little mark to mark brushes apart.
sometimes we kind of go off the line that we're trying to make, and then we kind of just take it off. Sometimes I've made a big mistake. What I have to do is go back over, wet it back all over, and polish it back all over again. So
I think a lot depends on the clay that you're using and the paints that are using. I know on Wednesday when Thomas was here, he said that if he makes a mistake or there's a little too much paint on the brush and there's a glop somewhere, well, all of a sudden that might become a flower.
yeah.
Or the bird has much fatter cheeks than so you incorporate the mistake into the pot because you cannot erase it.
Yeah.
But here, if you can scrape it off and keep on going, that's really good.
Like I've experienced that with working with traditional clay. You can't. Because it has the the little sand, little tiny, and if you scrape it, you're gonna just peel that back up. I
Oh,
mean, that's what I've experienced when I tried, back in the day. So, anyways, let's see.
It seems like you guys might need a little bit of a break or some food or something along those lines.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
can.
who wants to
Yeah,
go?
because I want
Yeah.
to start polishing after
yeah,
that.
who wants to go first and have some lunch? And the other person could come and talk a little bit about their pieces and their designs. Is this a good place for you to stop, Robert, or is it a good place for Paula?
Yeah.
Getting kind of hot here.
Yeah, he can go do that and I'll
Since
go
my
take a
body's
bite.
sitting here,
Okay, yeah, he can do that. Well, you have to go over there
Yeah.
and talk with your.
So do you need to put that pot down on something that is smoother than this desk? Okay? Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch Robert over to the pieces, and you can talk a little bit about your designs and how long you can see how long it takes you to paint. You've been doing it ever since we sat down here. And, yeah.
No.
Okay, so what we'll do is you just unplug your
Yeah.
mics.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
We have lots of wires around here.
Put it around your neck.
And, this is a brand new experience for all of us. And so this is our fourth in the series of 20 of them. So every once in a while, everybody at home sort of has to be patient while we figure
It's
things
different
out.
in all sorts of ways. Wearing a face mask.
Robert can give you a call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Come on over, Robert.
Okay.
All right, Robert, so I have a few of your pieces here and a few of Paula's pieces. If you want to pick any of them up, by all means, please do, and show us the designs and everything else. And here you go, these guys right here.
Actually, this one is pretty cool. This is the kind I like to do. This style of pot, I try to get as flat as I can. So Derek said he likes the flat pot, so this is what I like. Mainly try to get my pots to look like, but some of them they all come out different sizes and shapes, and I like doing stuff with a lot of red in there and I paint. But this one here, I enjoy doing that one too. It's another style of my pots. This one here with the neck on it. I really enjoy doing this one. Painting it. I like the way it came out.
And so does the design there have any meaning?
Oh yeah, it's it represents the rain clouds and the mountains and stuff. Basically this one, it's what it does. It represents and everything. And they basically all, represent the mountains, the clouds, the rain, and, the shapes of the designs and everything. It's what it really is. Like, this one has lines in it, which represents, the rain. What's holding here. That's these little lines, and these will be mountains, these red and the black ones, the triangles. So.
And the fine lines in there?
The fine lines, it represents the rain. Yeah, so I enjoy doing different types, I enjoy doing basically this one. As you can see, I have a lot of them here, but I tend to mix it up, and that was one of my newer designs over there, the ones that I just recently brought in.
And so what's your favorite shape to make?
Actually, I think it's whatever comes out. It's, what I enjoy making. However it comes out, it comes out. I don't have no really favorite.
And is there a design that you have that you like to do more than others?
I would say, as you can see, This one's here, basically really my favorite design. As you can see, I have quite a bit. I tend to mix it up and do different designs and stuff. But I tend to get caught up in my head on what to do. So, but other than that,
Is there a favorite type of music you have that when you listen to it, it helps you with the pottery?
just Paula's humming. She likes to do a lot of humming sometimes. So. But actually, we really don't listen to music. Like we said, it's just really quiet. Like when we're doing our work, and we listen to whatever's on the phone. It's not really long.
And how about this one that's over here that's spinning around? Would you tell me what the design is on this guy?
Oh, it is mountains and clouds. The way I see it,
Are they leaves as well?
Yeah, they could be leaves with the longer part that comes down like that. I should point it out. There, the
Yeah.
one you talked about, yeah. I enjoy doing that. And this is part of that one, but I just decided to do squares on that one. Just do it all squares. And that's another one. Actually, this one's done before that. And I didn't know you guys still have this one, so that's the reason why I put that one in there.
It's all good.
Yeah,
the thing is there's no two designs that are the same usually. And
Yeah.
even though the designs are very similar sometimes, they never are always the same.
Oh.
And the size of the piece is never the same,
Yeah.
and the design is never the same, and the number of lines is never the same.
That's the one way you can say is, handmade, but they're not all the same size. I try to get it, some the same size, but it never happens. One's always too bigger, or one's smaller. But,
Well, these are quite wonderful, Robert. Is there anything else you could tell me maybe about this one that is up here?
this one here?
Yeah, so what is the design on this guy?
There's the pinwheel here, I guess you could say this. Represents some mountains as well, and the squares basically the mountains as well. It's just all put together, you know what I mean? It's like, whatever pops into my head, I get stuck sometimes. I had a problem with that one. I had got stuck for a while and didn't know what to put inside right where this pinwheel is right there. So, and it popped into my head. Maybe I'll do something different. So that's what I put.
Were you always fascinated with geometric designs as a kid?
Yeah, as an artist. I used to enjoy drawing wildlife and geometric stuff like this, and I just went off on it. But eventually it helped me out in doing pottery. Like I said, it was, I was a Hopi Kachina artist before.
Mm-hmm.
And, that gave me some good money for a while, but not what this has done for me, I really enjoy,
Do you find that working with the clay is relaxing?
Oh, yeah. It takes me back to childhood. I guess playing down in the river with the clay, where the clay's at.
And do you have a hard time playing in the clay so much? Do your hands get really dry over time?
Oh, yeah. At times it does get dry. You have to lotion up every now and then.
Yep.
When we take a break and we, sell our go and sell our finished products, we take a little break. But that dryness seems to settle in on your hands. And it's pretty kind of crampy sometimes,
Yeah.
I was being old and stuff. Getting old, I should say. But
So I've heard from many potters that there are hot wax things that you dip your hands in that seem to be really very helpful for this sort of thing.
I've never heard of that.
Okay.
This is the first time I've heard about it, but Paula got some kind of cream or something that, to help with the drying and cracking of the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we tried it one time before, but I really didn't care for it.
Well, you got to try things to
Yeah.
figure out whether or not they're going to work for you, and there's no right answer here
Yeah.
on what works
Yeah.
for everybody. Because to be honest, this is all one of a kind, handmade, and each person's hands and methods and skills are all different.
Yeah.
And there are no two that do it exactly the same.
Yeah, like I said, this brought me a long way. I haven't been doing that as long as Paula. I've been doing it over a little over 10 years now. And when I first started doing pottery, a lot of the buyers that I used to sell my cochinas to would just tell me just to stick with this, stick with doing pottery. And that's where I got my encouragement from, to keep at it, I should say.
Well, you do beautiful work, Robert, and I thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you.
And we really appreciate you being here today and coming all the way from Acoma. And we know it's difficult in COVID times, and we know it's difficult with the masks and everything else that we've got going these days. But we got to do what we got to do to protect our friends and our family.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what we seem to do as a group here. And we just want everybody to make it through this as well as humanly possible.
Exactly. And we really do appreciate you having us here, and we're thankful for you purchasing us our pottery.
Yep, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back over to Andrea right now, and Andrea's going to talk a little bit about Laguna and Acoma Pueblos. Hold on just one second, everybody. I'm going to move the camera. It's going to be a little rough.
Oh, it's almost finished. Well, I'm the filler. I don't mind being the filler. But we need to have Paula and Robert have a little break and wash your hands and have a little lunch and all those other kind of things. So what I thought I would just mention while they are having a little bite to eat is what's coming up on these videos that we're doing. We had absolutely no idea what we were up to here. And that luckily Derek ordered cameras and stuff early enough, because apparently everybody is sold out of them, or it seems like they're sold out of them, because this is, I guess, the way business is going to be trending in the future. And with Derek learning how to do all this and be the director, Francis Ford Coppola has nothing on Derek Fisher, that's for sure. And Scott, who is our computer guru, who fixes all the problems and actually knows how to fix them. That's the part that's so amazing. And he's our webmaster as well, and so that's why there are so many wonderful things on our website. And speaking of the features on the website, first of all, it's really easy to navigate. And if you go to a particular potter, or you're looking for a particular shape, they're really, really very easy to find. And once you get to a piece of pottery, you can click a little button that says, learn more, know more, more, there's more. And what that more is a lot of views of the pieces of pottery, and also where we have bio, and we have hundreds of bios on our website. Those exist too. And those bios, in every case that we possibly can, they are the result of interviewing the potter, and not something that we read that somebody else wrote in a book. Now that, of course, those people that have passed, that's a little bit more difficult to get them to interview, and so research is done that way. But in most cases, the bios on our website are original interviews from the people who make the pots. We also put our pots in descending order of cost. So the most expensive ones are at the top, and as you scroll down, the lesser expensive ones are at the bottom. Well, you know, so many opportunities for everyone in this country. You know, we're all not alone, we're all in this together, but the opportunities have just disappeared. I mean, in Santa Fe, there's a folk art market, and the folk art market usually has about 170 artists from anywhere from 50 to 100 countries, and that was just impossible to do this year. And next year, hopefully, we'll be able to. And as far as Indian market is concerned, Indian market, a couple thousand artists are there, and many of them, most of them, depend on this Indian market. Whoops, dropped the mic. Hang on, let me pick it up. There's a funny little clip on it, and anyway, here, I got it. Let me just push it in a little further. There we go. But I was talking about Indian market and there being a couple thousand artists. And the other venues that they might have to sell their pieces, well, they're just not accessible. And most of the artists depend on Indian market for a great part of their annual income. And some of the artists, it's all of their annual income. And that's why we thought we would do this. And, you know, 20 videos with about 27 to 30 artists, because sometimes there are 2 or even 3 in some cases. We figured that was just about right. But after the first 2, we realized that, you know, here I am talking for 5 hours at a time. When I go home, I just, you know, want to just sit in a corner somewhere and not see or talk to anyone, that's for sure. But we're going to persevere and get through the month of August to make sure that you get to see all the wonderful people that are going to be here demonstrating. I mean, you could see from Paula and Robert today that it's really, you know, really fun. And you have a really different insight on who the people are, who the artists are, what they make, how they do it. And it's so different than if you just walk into a shop where you see something sitting on a shelf, because the link in between is missing. It's just the seller, the gallery owner, the sales clerk, and the object. And you never get a little taste of what it went into creating it and who the people are that make that and why they make it the way they do, which, you know, I think is really one of the most necessary parts. Lots of people that we see are collectors. And for me, as a collector, I mean, there's a collecting gene, I'm sure, and thank God there is one, because we depended on that for our livelihood. But for, you know, people ask me, well, what makes a great collection? Should I do pots that are the same color? Should I do all the same shape, like all wedding vases or all water jars or all bowls? Or should I do them from one pueblo? Or should I have a sample from every pueblo? Or should it only be one person? And, you know, a complete history of what, you know, they did when they were kids all the way up until the time that they could no longer make pottery. Well, I think that none of those things really matter when it comes to collecting, because it's really not about the object as far as I'm concerned. I believe it's about the learning experience, how you broaden your horizon, what you add to your life by having these, by knowing about these objects, about knowing about the people who make it, and about and surrounding yourself. Then those objects become reminders of that knowledge. And so you relive those experiences, whether you bought it from the artist directly or through someone who knows something about the artist, that you can go on from day to day, and every day that you walk by them sitting on the mantle in the living room, you can remember that trip to Santa Fe back in 1978 when you went to the Indian market the first time. Or you can remember meeting the artist and, you know, what fun you had giggling away, and you realized you had so many things in common, and those kinds of connections and that kind of experience of having you increase your knowledge and, you know, really adds to who you are. And so that's what my idea of collecting is, rather than amassing a great number of objects that you pack up in a box and stick in the closet and never ever look at again and never have those reminders. But anyway, so tomorrow we are going to have Marvin and Frances Martinez. Marvin is the great-grandson of probably the most famous American Indian potter ever, Maria Martinez. In lots of ways, she made all of this possible. She was someone who, first of all, was incredibly talented. Second of all, created an incredible body of work. And third, she could talk to the white guys who were buying it. And that really made all the difference in the world. And consequently, she opened the door for recognition of what a great art form that American Indian pottery is. And then one could start with her as the starting part and either go forward or go backward in terms of how well or how much the whole culture and all of the pieces were valued, both monetarily and artistically. And, you know, Maria really opened the door for all the other people, and also, you know, by her being able to get reasonable prices. I mean, in the old days, if she got $1 for a piece of pottery, and we see some of the old ones that say $1 on the bottom or $3 written on the bottom, sometimes in a crayon, but it wasn't 25 cents like all the other potters were getting. And she was able to charge more for her pieces depending on what the economy was like and what the access was to her pieces of pottery, so that we have a real segment of the art world today that and the artists are compensated in a way that they can actually make a living, and in some cases make a very good living being an artist. And, you know, in other medias that isn't quite as true. And the fact that what they have going for them is they're the native people of our country. And there aren't many countries who can say that, you know, we have kept the work of our indigenous people alive instead of just conquering them and killing them all off. And so the art of making pottery is still something that's really viable these days. And Marvin, the great-grandson of Maria Martinez, is keeping that work alive. And tomorrow you'll hear from him about the fact that Santana and Adam was Maria's son, one of Maria's 4 sons, and Santana, his wife, how they raised Marvin and of course kept the pottery tradition alive. Then we skip to next Tuesday because we need a couple days to regroup and get going. And what we're going to be doing next Tuesday we will kick off with Rebecca Lucario and her 20-something daughter, Amanda, who is, the two of them are just absolutely remarkable in the designs that they paint. And on Wednesday, I'll only go as far as Wednesday with Wilma Bacatosa from Laguna Pueblo, who does sgraffito work. Sgraffito is an Italian word. It means to scratch. So what she does, she coils her pots, she polishes her pots, she fires her pots. And then with a tool, after the pots have been fired, goes back onto the surface and cuts the design, scratches, graffito to scratch. She scratches the designs into the surface. She does mostly geometric designs. And later on in the series, you'll see Kevin Naranjo. And when he scratches into the pots, he does portraits and full bodies of animals. Some of the animals look so real they could just jump off the pot at you. It's really amazing. Just truly amazing. And if you want to know more about what the schedule is going to be, you can look on our website. There are times listed. We're probably going to cut them a little short because doing this for 5 or 6 hours continually a day is a little tiresome, not only for the artist and for me, but for the viewer as well. We don't want to interfere in your life any more than we have to. And I think it's going to be a really fun record someday where people will be able to go back and, these are all great people that have great futures and great experience and all that other kind of stuff. And if you hear a little giggling in the background, that's Paula giggling away because what she's doing is she's working again. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass you over to her, and she's just going to talk to you alone about what she's doing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go fluff the pieces that we have for sale because many of them have sold. And we want to make sure that you really get a nice view of the ones that are available. And for those of you who have purchased pieces on Paula and Robert's behalf, and on our behalf too, thank you. Thank you very much for your participation and your purchases. We, all of us, really appreciate that. So what I'll do is I'll go fluff, and in just a minute or so, Paula will be back to tell you what she's doing. And then after she's done with that, she's going to go over and talk a little bit about her pieces. And this may be a little bit of a lull, but I can fill it in with words, unfortunately. I don't know what's going on up in the plaza right now, but I think there might be some sort of car show because I can see out the window and I have seen all kinds of crazy things going by on the street outside. So there may be a car show up in the plaza today, and we hope that everybody is socially distancing and that they are keeping their masks on, and if they're from Texas and Arizona, we want to demand that because we want to stay nice and safe here in New Mexico so that we can open soon, and then we can welcome the rest of the world into Santa Fe. Anyway, here's Paula, and I'm going to go fluff a little. Thanks.
Hi again. I'm just finishing up this little pot that I finished. It didn't come out the way I want it, but like I said before,
Looks good to me.
When you're working with clay, you just have to work with it and however it comes out, that's the way it comes. And so this is a new baby that was just born today. This is more of a traditional Acoma pot. Let's see. This one here is what you call a seed pot. And what I was told back in the day, this is how we stored our seeds and whatever they used to plug the hole so the mice or whatever wouldn't get in there to get them. But anyways, this is what they said it was for. Their Robert does his own way, but I've seen rounder ones with the real tiny holes in them. And that was a good lunch. But anyways.
It was tasty, wasn't it?
Yes, it was very tasty.
What'd you have?
I had a turkey wrap with green chili, avocado, and all the good stuff.
So what do you have there, Paula?
I just have a small. I was gonna do a different style vase, but like I said, it didn't come out how I wanted it. So it is what it is. It's a more, like I said, of a Acoma style pot. Ola is what they call them.
And so sometimes the clay then dictates what is actually going to be made shape-wise, rather than you, the potter.
Yeah. We can only try to manipulate the clay, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and you just it forms practically, to what it wants to be. So, which is good for us, because sometimes we come up with a different style, which we probably wouldn't have thought of. So yeah.
Well, that's really good. I mean, the thing is it's always flowing and fluid and changing every single time.
Yes. I try to look at other pots and I wonder if I could do that or whatever, but it's like you can never copy, someone else's work. If you have to do what you've learned or have been doing, and I've tried designs that I thought I could do from some other people, but they don't come out. So we just have to stick with what we know how. And
well, we're really glad you're here and that you're safe and you're healthy, and your family seems to be doing well and everything else. So we're really glad that all of this seems to be working out.
Yeah. I'm so glad to be here. We missed you guys for how many months now, and just to see Miss Andrea, and we're so thankful for, being here and showing people out there, what we do. It's hard to explain when, to other people that are interested in your pottery or, what exactly is done or how we shape and do our pots. But so this is fun.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad. So I have a question. Is the pot cold in your hand right now?
Yeah, it's cold, and it's going to stay like this. It's getting hard. I hope I can scrape it before we leave, because like I said, I don't want to take it home when it's too soft, so it might just cave in. And then this is ready to be polished. So I was going to work on this next, so that way you can see how we do it, how we do the polishing part. And Robert's going to keep painting and showing, how we do. I was going to paint, but he can show, he can do that part. But yeah.
Oh, so you're getting off easy this time, huh, Paula?
Oh yeah. He already started, so he might as well finish. Yeah. So. Yep. Because after this, once I polish this, it needs time to dry again. Mm-hmm. So you can't just go, into each step, right after another. You got to give it time to dry again, or like this. The next step is to let it dry, and then So then the next part of what the wet pots would be after they dry is to sand or scrape, then sand, like you see me doing earlier. And this is where, how it turns out after doing those two steps. And then, like I said, then I'm gonna go ahead and show how to do the polishing part.
And so what's your favorite part about making a pot?
I think the whole thing. I mean, there's not really no favorite. I mean, I guess I could say is painting and putting the design on the pot and seeing the results of what design we have put onto the pot, and then of course, waiting to see how actually after it's fired it turns out, because of course the white comes out and the black and you can really see the design. But yeah, I mean, to me there's not really no favorite part of making a pottery. It's just the whole thing is special, and it just like what is the mood that it makes you
Calm, maybe?
calm.
Relaxed?
Yeah, calm, relaxed, yeah. So we're in a zone. We're in a zone. Sometimes we sit there, we make, and we don't even talk to each other. So we're sitting there next to each other, and almost all day.
Mm-hmm.
We will take a break for lunch or whatever, and have to get up and walk around and do something. But yeah, it's this almost like this every day, trying to just create something and think of new designs, and but yeah, that's about it.
Well, good. Well, how about you? Are you ready to show me how to polish?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that right now. Let me get one.
Do you have favorite polishing stones?
We do, and we actually lost one not too long ago. I don't know if it was my granddaughter that took the stone or where it is. We can't find it, but anyways, these are our polishing stones. I guess I don't know where you actually the river. Maybe you can find some. I've seen some, but these are from the shops where they have those, what do they call them, where they have a bunch of
The round stones? Just the round soft stones?
Yeah.
You have to find one that fits in your hand really nicely?
Yes, to have a grip on it. Yes, you have to find one like that. And yeah, these ones work out pretty good. This one with the pointy is good. Is good for this kind of pot, because you can go in there and polish it like this. So I like using this one as well. But yeah. So anyways,
Yeah.
what we do. Wish I had a. Oh, should have brought an apron. Okay, so I'm gonna go back over and wet this. Put on my eyes. My other set of eyes.
Oh, you don't need two sets of eyes.
No,
Paula.
not this one. Not to do this part. But to paint, I need 2 sets. 4 sets, I guess, is that what it is? Okay. Let me see.
So is that just water in
Yeah.
the bucket, or is
Yeah,
it
it's
is
just
it
the
is it just
water.
water with a little clay, or is it a slip?
No, this is just water. It's the water that we use when we're making the pot. So we just use the same water, through the whole process. And sometimes we change. We change it out every so often. And yeah, there's sometimes you can tell if it's really thin in some areas, because when it starts to dry, as you can see, you will see darker areas, and that means that it's really thin and it's not drying fast enough. So you got to be careful when you're
And then you polish when it's wet.
Yes, you got to polish when it's wet. You do it when it's dry, it just scratches the pot, and it doesn't polish right, of course. And you could crack your pot.
So, how many pots do you think you've broken over the years?
Too many. Oh my God, over the years. No. I'd say, I shouldn't say too many, like maybe a dozen. About a dozen.
Oh, that's not as bad as I thought.
Yeah. These smaller pots are more manageable, you know. But if you do get to bigger ones and stuff, that's when they get more harder to handle. But yeah, so you just keep doing this till the whole pot is, you know, polished, and then you have to set it again. And sometimes, like where you wet it gets dry quick, so you just have to go back over and wet it again with the sponge. So, but this one's working out pretty good.
And I know it's really difficult for Robert to talk right now, so I'm going to let you talk for Robert. So he's placing all of those lines down just absolutely beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody can see a nice high resolution here.
Yeah, he'll keep doing that. Well, I guess it depends what designs he's putting on, but he just keep going. And I think he's trying to do the spiral to show the person that asked about the spiral design. So he wants to show, you know, he can get more detailed than that, because but because we want to show off, you know, how it's done, he just went ahead and make the squares a little bigger, and so the design will come out a little, you know, bolder. Yeah. But
so when the piece is finished, will you see those different polish lines that we can see here, the different directions that you do?
these, no, it, you know, sometimes I'll go this way, and then sometimes you can kind of feel like the polishing, the direction of the polish, and then I just go back this way, so you can get a smoother polish. So see, I gotta re-wet this part because it feels like it was kind of dry. Yep, so
Paula, do you have any trouble with your hands? Do they get dry from working in the clay so much?
Both of us, yes. Yes, that's one of the problems, and we've tried different things to smooth them out. I have, you know, callus on my knuckles from the clay, you know, drying our hands out. And
do you have any special tricks to keeping your hands well?
I try to just keep putting lotion, like especially going to bed, you know, or after we're done making, and, you know, washing our hands, and then just apply lotion. For me, that it works. And there are lotions and creams that you can buy, but we really haven't tried anything of that sort except for one of them. But yeah, it does. It takes a toll on your hands. It cracks. Actually, Robert, sometimes his top of his fingertips crack.
Yeah, we have many potters who have trouble with their hands. So I try to ask everybody, you know, what they do for it, so that we try to share as much information as possible.
And from doing this for how many years, holding a pottery, I think it eventually got to my elbow, because just on this side I have tennis elbow is what they called it. So I think it's due to just holding and doing pottery and like the way he's holding it like that.
Well, I'm sure it's from playing all that tennis.
Yeah. I told I told Robert, I said, yeah. He goes, well, you shouldn't be playing tennis so much. And I said, well, I want to beat Serena.
Winning all those Grand Slams.
Well, good luck with that. She's an incredible athlete.
Oh my God. I know. It's crazy. But yeah, so that's what I have. And then our eyes, of course, our vision. It's just one thing after another as you go, get older. But yeah, so I'm almost done with this. I just need to get to the top part. And this is how I polish this bottom part. You got to be careful. Sometimes the bottom part of the pot is thin, because I've had times when I've put a dent in the pot because, the pot was thin. And when you put pressure, of course, it sinks. But it rarely happens. So other than that, it doesn't take too long to get the pot's polished.
And from the polishing process, you have to let that dry again for some time, correct?
Yeah, at least about an hour before I can actually do what Robert was doing with the pencil. Then that's when I'll start adding on the blocks and, getting ready to paint. So I haven't even counted how many steps it takes for us to complete just one. But yeah, I don't know if anybody else has counted how many steps it's taken, but
it's a lot. I think the answer is it's a lot.
If you find out, or let me know. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure everybody's process is a little different, especially the ones that actually go and get their own clay, because that is a huge process in itself, and a whole lot of effort.
Yes. I mean, I wish I had the means to go do that and everything, that they do, and it's just...
Well, and also some collect all of the materials to make the paints.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you only can collect a certain time of year.
I guess I have not gone to ask people about where they get a certain color of, paint, the rocks, because I think you have to soak them actually.
You do?
Yeah, soak them and then strain them. So you can just get the pure.
And grind it as well.
Yeah.
So you soak it, let it dry, you grind it.
Yeah.
Once you grind it, you sift it. Once you've sifted it, you then grind pottery shards.
Yeah.
And then add those pottery shards into the clay as ground, and then you reconstitute it with rainwater.
Yeah, I see. You know more than I do.
It's my job to
yeah,
know.
well, yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Yeah, so I know some. I don't know everything there is when it comes to the traditional clay and stuff.
And I don't pretend to know everything either.
Yeah.
I learn something new every single time somebody comes in and does a demonstration or I talk to somebody.
Yeah.
This is definitely not boring or simple.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as you can see, we've sat here how many hours, and it'll take more hours after this is done, and we got to get it painted.
Mm-hmm.
That's the longest is to get the pot painted. Sometimes, and then when we do, and we're going to add color to the pot, then you have to reline the part where you put the color in. So that's more.
So I think what you're trying to say is that when you fill in the red color, you then have to go back over with the black that you've already painted onto the surface to make those lines come out clean.
Yes, exactly. So sometimes I do have to add a little bit, get a little higher on if depending how much red I have put on there, because you have to do extra work to actually have red on, you know, or whatever color you put on there. It's extra work. Yeah, so
So about how hard are you pressing?
I'm not pressing hard at all. I'm just like swipe, like if you were to go like this with your finger, that's about how. I'm not pressing hard at all. He kind of freaks out. He thinks I'm doing it hard, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm just moving the rock back and forth, and not even giving it much pressure or anything.
We can hear it just a little bit.
Yeah. I should say this is one of the, I like doing this part. Because also the smell, I mean, it's not traditional clay, but it still has that smell. You know, it's really, it's tempting to eat, which I love I have a piece of actual clay that was dug from the ground that I eat, that I ate.
How did it taste?
Oh, good, like dirt, like when the rain hits the ground, you know, dirt, like that.
So you're saying it tasted like dirt?
Yeah, like good dirt.
Wet dirt.
Yeah, good dirt. not just like dirt, like, you know, some muddy puddle or anything. It just, I don't know how to explain. Just when you smell the rain hit the earth, that's what it tastes like. Tastes good. Anyways, some of my family members make fun of me because up at old Acoma, when we used to live up there, I actually used to lick the walls because of the smell. And what we used was a whitewash. That is the slip that they put on the pottery.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it's called IPSHA. And that's how they put the white on the inside the walls. And anyways, every now and then I'll be laying there and I just get like want to smell it or smell that, you know, that smell, and I just go and lick the wall. And I would just put my nose up to it and smell it.
Well, hey, I love the smell of the forest.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that I can smell that all day and never be bored.
Yeah.
And so I completely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Where, you know, there's something that is really attractive in the way that it can smell and how it affects our senses.
Well, yeah, like, I don't know if I'm sure you've been in an adobe home, right? And like, just if you ever smelled the rain hit it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have smelled it.
Yeah.
We live in one.
Can I go lick your walls?
Derek, we're going to trade places because the fact that I've never wheeled that camera around was real obvious and lumpy. And the fact that also I don't have my glasses on, so I can't even see what's in there. I will let you do all that great directing, and I'll come back here and talk to Paula a little bit. Okay?
Well, thank you, everybody.
Okay. Well, what I did is I went over there and changed the display a little bit so that it would be easier for people to see your pieces that are there for sale. And of course, everybody should know by now, because I've repeated it many times, that all of the sales of these pieces of pottery benefit Paula and Robert, because there is no Indian market this year, and there are really very few tourists this year, and people like Paula and Robert depend on this income for their survival. That way they can put gas in their car and food on the table and maybe even buy that granddaughter of theirs something now and then.
Oh, we just have, yes.
Yeah,
Our
so
grandkids, yeah, we have 5 grandkids between us.
5?
Yeah, he
Wow.
just had not too long ago, he had another granddaughter.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, we were even at 3 boys apiece, 1 daughter, 3 boys apiece, and 1 grandson and 1 granddaughter. And then he had another granddaughter, so.
Yours, mine, and ours, huh?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we were at 8 is enough with our kids.
Have you finished polishing, Paula?
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Maybe
sorry.
it-
There
yeah.
you go. There, it's all
God, it's
done.
beautiful, isn't it? It would be gorgeous if it was just, it looked like that when it came out of the fire.
Yeah, it
That
would. If you just
really-
put like a little design around the lip or something.
Well, I hate to say this, but if you look on the table with all the pieces that you have there, it's almost like 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
Really great.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to, just head on over to the display, Paula, and then you can talk
okay.
about some of your pieces.
All right.
Because I'm sure people would love to know what sort of designs you do and how you do it, and since you're leaving all the painting up to Robert today.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, and Derek will talk to you over there.
I just get this.
Unplug. I mean, we are just a little mass of wires around here.
Yeah.
But hopefully you at home don't get to see too many of those wires.
All right, Paula, set up all your pots over here. Give me 1 second to get everybody set up over here. It'll just take a moment.
Derek, could you turn this off?
No.
Or could you?
All right, so now I have Paula over here. Can everybody hear me? Yep. All right, so we have Paula with some of her pots over here, and maybe Paula, you can tell me about some of these designs that you have here.
Okay. Well, like I said, I don't want to touch him because I still have that plate. Oh.
Do this. Oh no, it won't work. It won't work. Because then I won't be able to talk.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so why don't you tell me about some of the designs? Just point
Okay.
at whatever you want to talk about, and
yeah,
then.
Some of these are like older designs that I've done for a really long time. This one, I call it my star pot because it has the 5 points on there. I don't know if you, but it looks like a star to me. That's it. And this one, I don't have a name for it, but yeah, that I've been doing. I say these 2 designs, and I have another one. Actually, that's it. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, so these 2 are the oldest designs I've done. And I got that one. Well, this is the same. And that one over there that are not too new, but I've done those for a while, not as long as the first 2 that I show you. This here is more of a newer design. This one I call my basket weave. It kind of, to me, it looks like a basket. But anyways, so yeah, this one, that one, and that one up there are my newer designs. This one, this is one of my older ones as well. I didn't see that one, but that one is that zigzag design. I don't have names for all of the pots, the designs, I should say. People ask me, what do you call that design? But, sometimes we just come up with something and,
So what's your favorite to make? What design do you really like to paint the most?
to me, I like the star pot.
You like the star pot?
I like the star pot. Yeah, to me, I like that one.
And where do you get your inspiration from, Paula?
Like I said before, when I look at other, artists' work and their designs, I just like say, to myself, I wonder if I did this kind of design, or I try to make them my own. But other than that, it just sometimes things just pop into your head and you want to try it. So you try it, and then whatever design comes out, like the zigzag one right there. I mean, I was supposed to do something else with the design when this is like my second one right there, and I was supposed to do something else, another design, but all of a sudden I'm like, what am I doing? And so I just went with it, and that's how it came out. And
And do you like it?
Yes, I like it. I like it. I like doing that design. I have another, that design right there with it comes with 3 lines going this way and the other way direction. There's another design I can do, like 2 more other designs I can do with that. When I do the, what would you say, the main, I guess, line work on it. There's different fillers you can put in, designs that you can put inside those blocks. So, but other than that, I don't know if I've seen this design anywhere, but I don't know how I came up with that. But that was like a while back. And this one is part of kind of like, I don't know if anybody can tell, but this line can come this way and this one comes this way. So it forms diamonds. That's what it is. And then I just kind of looked at it and said, let me try this. And I did. There's actually, I guess the other one was the red one?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So what I did with the other one that was here, I put the red inside this, and I can change it up. I can do these solid, which there's another one too. I put these solid, the black solid, and this one I kind of took from Robert. Well, I shouldn't say I took from him, but he does his the opposite. I do my designs going down. See how you see this top part? The triangles go down that I paint. He does his upwards. So, we work, look at each other's like, and we tease each other sometimes, like, don't take my design, or, so, but yeah, his goes up, mine's come down. And other than that, it's, this one is more just like, I just thought like, let me double the lines, going back, up and then around, and fill it in with something. So that's something I just popped into my head.
And so have you always been interested in geometric designs?
Yeah, mostly, yeah.
When you were a kid, did you ever do the thing where you put the pins in and then you did the thread?
Yeah. What was it called?
I don't remember what it was called.
Yeah.
But,
no, not with the thread. It's a circle thing.
Well, you can do it with a circle too, but what you would do is put pins in a board, like in a line in one direction, and then you'd wrap the thread in the different directions.
Yeah, well, I seen that. No, that's not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of that spiral thing. You can turn this wheel, and it makes a different designs.
Oh yeah, I've seen those too.
Yeah.
And I was always fascinated by those as a child.
So yeah, but that's where, we just try to think of something different, and like I said, there's a few of them that are new, and I
And-
just keep.
And I have a question. How do you get the design on so evenly? As we know, these pieces are all made by hand.
Yeah.
And so they're not even, straight, flat, perfectly round.
Yeah.
And you're putting an intensely geometric design on them,
Yeah.
Of which looks absolutely perfect, by
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah.
You do a beautiful
Thank
job.
you.
And I'm wondering how you make it work, because obviously the pieces itself are not symmetrical and they're not geometrically able to hold those designs.
Yeah, well, all I can tell you is what Robert was doing over there with the pencil, and we can make them as small as we want, the boxes. I guess, I don't know
The
if you want to
grid.
call it a grid, yeah. And it depends, like our brushes, if we want to get like more detail, like smaller than this, then we're gonna have to cut the bristles on the brushes much smaller and probably wear, and that's why I wear 2 pairs, because it magnifies and I can get more, detail on, with my painting. And we just go with the squares on the, pot, the grid, and
It seems to work out.
Yeah, that's how they come out.
Now, what's really fun about these pieces with the triangles right here, and let me focus
This
in on
one?
that real quick.
Yeah.
This one right here, is
Yeah.
I feel that there are shapes that
Oh,
come out of
yeah,
the
yeah,
come
yeah,
out of
I
the
see.
design,
Yeah.
that are not in the design at
Yeah.
all. It's that kind of optical illusion that, I mean, it makes your eyes go
Well,
a little crazy.
yeah.
And how do you actually paint these guys without, going
Getting
cross-eyed or dizzy or anything else that might be going on?
I can't say that it's never happened, because sometimes if you take a look, you look at something, you get distracted and you look back to the pot, it's just like boom, it just hits you like whoa. Yeah.
I do know some artists cover some of their work so that they don't see the rest of their design.
Yeah.
So that they don't get distracted by the design.
Yeah. Oh no, we haven't gotten that far yet. So our eyes are still working okay, and we just, I mean, doing this so many years, it's kind of like, we can do the work, and it doesn't take too much time, or I don't know what the word is, but anyways, we've done it so long that we're capable of, doing it without ever freaking out, or having to cover, some parts of the pot just to, so we could focus. But yeah, I don't know, maybe one day we will, but so far so good.
Yeah. Oh, hooray!
Yeah.
That's all great news.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
Well, wonderful. Well, thank you for showing us all your pots, and we really appreciate you being here today, and we're glad that everybody's all healthy, and so far it seems like everybody's pretty healthy at Acoma, and it
Yeah.
seems like Acoma is doing a relatively
We're
good
doing
job
our best, yes.
of looking out for everybody and their families, because,
Yeah.
well, it's a small community, and small communities can be very hurt by this sort of thing that's going on.
Yes, definitely.
And we're here in the gallery, and we've been taking it extremely cautious. I think you probably remember loading your pots at one point while we
Yeah.
were closed on a table outside.
Yes. This is,
And we were still buying during the time when we were closed, and we are still closed to this day, and we are still doing buying, and we're
Yes.
still relying on all of our wonderful customers who are out there to keep us going, and to keep all these potters going, and to keep all of the beautiful things coming in and going out. And it's kind of the cycle of life.
Yes.
And so we really appreciate you for being here.
Well,
And
we appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts, for inviting us, for, I don't know how many years we've been here, to show. And, I wish it was what we did in the past with the, what do you call it? The Indian market. And, having the fun of walking the red carpet.
Yeah.
But yes, but we do appreciate it with, our hearts, and that I'm really grateful for Miss Andrea, that she reached out to us when she did way back in the day, and we're just happy to be here and grateful. So.
Well, we really appreciate it, Paula, and now I think we're going to head back over, and we'll have Robert and do some painting.
Okay.
Well, Robert's been hard at work this whole time. Yeah, Robert's been hard at work this whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, actually, I know because he's been on the screen the whole time.
The screen all quiet.
Well, also, one thing that's so unbelievable is the fact that Robert's been working on that pot now for 3.5 hours.
We have been live for 3 hours, 23 minutes.
Yeah, well, it's pretty close. And the pot that he started painting was already formed, was already dried, was already scraped, and was already polished before he started. So he's been painting for those 3.5 hours. And, when you look at the prices of the pots, you think, that's a lot of money for a piece of pottery. But once you realize how much time is involved, it's just really, really unbelievable. Yeah. And Robert just keeps painting away. I mean, I'm reluctant to ask Robert questions because I don't want him to
lose concentration.
Lose the concentration, and then all of a sudden, blurp, there's a big wad of black in there instead of a nice controlled straight line. And over and over and over again, he makes these really, really clean lines and continues his painting. I doubt if we'll see the finished product by the end of the day, but I'm sure that you'll get pretty close to a finished piece.
Yeah.
I should remind everyone that all the pieces they're all for sale. They benefit Robert and Paula because, we make sure we pay them for things. And which is great because, they do such a wonderful job and they're so gorgeous to look at. And they appeal to lots of different people. We have a lot of young people that come to Santa Fe because they read about it in the magazine. They don't know diddly squat about art. They don't know anything at all about the history of their own country. They don't know anything about American Indians. And all of a sudden, Santa Fe is a whole new world that's opened up to them. But with Paula and Robert's pots, it's sort of a bridge in between. And we get some of the funniest questions like, did a computer paint these pots? Did they make these things on a computer? What's the program that they use for designing these pots? And we just sort of chuckle away because, it's all done by hand. And you're actually seeing it being done by hand now. But, having those repetitive geometric patterns that bend and stretch over the surface of the pot, some people find it hard to believe that some machine didn't do it instead of like a real life person. But here they are today showing you exactly how they make all of their pieces. I should remind you that, yes, the pieces are all for sale. Also, we have a feature on our website that we do like every Thursday or Friday, depending on how we get it together. After all, this is New Mexico, and New Mexico time is really quite different than the rest of the country, which is really good. At least it's, not tomorrow, but it's kind of more like whenever. And so we have a feature on our website, we call it New Arrivals. And those new arrivals consist of pieces that we just received, either from the potters who make it, and in some cases, ones that are consigned from the secondary market. And we do take consignments here from people that have pieces of pottery to sell them that were purchased in the past, sometimes directly from the artist, sometimes from other sources. And we enjoy having a lot of those secondary market pieces, but we're real careful in the way we choose them to make sure that, first of all, they're all traditionally made and part of our sort of mission to educate the public. And we also look for wonderful artists and beautiful pieces that we can resell for people. And this week, we have some particularly nice pieces and particularly very collectible pieces, because we were kind of saving those up for August, because even though August is just another month during this pandemic, August has traditionally been in Santa Fe the time when we get our biggest, our largest number of people that come from other places to go to the Chamber Music Festival and the Opera and Spanish Market and Indian Market and Art Santa Fe and the hundreds of events that happen in that month of August. And so we saved up some really fantastic pieces, and there's a nice big basket pot by Jackie Stevens, and we don't really know where she is these days. And if anyone does know where Jackie Stevens is, or Jackie, if you're listening, please give us a call. We'd like to know how you're doing, because it's been a while since we've seen you or seen any of your work. We have some from potters like Mary Singer, I believe, or one of Mary's sisters, Elizabeth Naranjo. Well, and those three gals, Rosita and Elizabeth and Mary, they're potters that made enormous black carved pieces from Santa Clara Pueblo. And there aren't many people that make really big Santa Clara pieces anymore, and really gorgeous things. And there's a piece in there by Dextra. There are some others, one by Preston Duaney, and some new things that that just came through our door. So check out the new arrivals if you like. And again, the way they're listed on the website, it's not by Pueblo, they're just under new arrivals, and they start with the most expensive one on the top, which is probably a gorgeous black on black feather plate by Maria Martinez, the lady who wasn't the first potter, but boy, she made all of this pottery that you see in our gallery possible today, because she was what you might call the first Indian marketer. She opened the door, and actually she opened the windows too, so that other potters could make a living doing their craft and didn't have to go be a greeter at Walmart. But check that out on our website. And like I said earlier, there's a tremendous amount of information on our website, and please don't hesitate to peruse all that you like. So what are you up to now, Missy Paula?
I was just taking off some excess clay from the top part of the pot, so just get it ready for drying. And I don't know where the sun went, but we could have set it outside to dry.
Well, I wouldn't set it outside on a busy street. Well, like you, someone may want to eat it.
We could give them these shavings. Sell the shavings.
There you go. Well, maybe that's a new flavor of taco or breakfast burrito.
Right.
Clay shavings. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was feast days. When's your feast day at Acoma?
We have our annual feast day on September 2nd. September 2nd, that's where we have all the vendors from different pueblos, food vendors, and our dances. It's just a celebration up there on top of the mesa. So come visit hopefully next year when everything's
Well, I think
kind of back to
when
normal.
you think of feast days, I think that people from my culture think about a party.
Oh.
And this is not a
No.
party. Not in the slightest little way.
No.
It's a time for religious reflection.
Mm-hmm.
It's a time to do their religious dances. That
Or social, yeah.
or social dances.
Yeah.
But with the religious dances, they go with the season of the year. They celebrate the existence of the pueblo. They are religious activities. And I was trying to think, in my culture, white girl culture, that how was a feast day at a pueblo? How is it similar, or what's it like? How would it be translated into my culture? And I think that maybe Christmas and Passover would be the two holidays that would most resemble it, because first of all, it's a religious endeavor, and it's something that you celebrate with friends and family. And at the pueblos, yes, you celebrate with your family, your extended family, your family that lives far away, because this is the time, like Christmas and like Passover, where your family comes home from. If they live in various places around the country, or even 50 miles away. It's a time when they come home and the family gathers together. Also, it's a time for seeing friends, which is true and for those two other celebrations. And it's a time where you share a whole bunch of food together, whether it's a Seder dinner or whether it's a Christmas dinner with a turkey or a ham or whatever, or at the pueblo with traditional foods. However, there's one thing that's really, really different at the pueblos. When it's time to eat, strangers are invited. People that come to view the dancing. And oh, by the way, the dancing isn't a performance. The dancing is a religious ceremony, just like a preacher might give a sermon, or a priest might have a mass, or a 13-year-old might have a bar mitzvah. And one of the things that you don't do after those kinds of religious ceremonies is stand up and applaud. And so the dances are those same kinds of religious ceremonies. But what they do after, while the dances are going on and while the dancers are doing other religious things inside the kiva, you might be invited to eat. And they invite strangers. They invited the likes of me over and over again. And it's really, really an interesting experience. And if you have the opportunity to be invited to eat at someone's home during feast day, always say yes, always, always. Even if you've just stuffed yourself with enough fry bread to feed the Chinese army, say yes, because it's a really incredible experience. If you were invited ahead of time, because sometimes you're just invited if you're standing there in the crowd, and many, many families feed people during a feast day. And if you're invited to eat ahead of time and you feel like you want to bring something because, it's a nice thing to do, what's probably the most appreciated is food. Maybe a pie that you've baked, or even one you picked up at the grocery store, or a watermelon, or a box of strawberries, but never a bottle of wine. Because many of the pueblos have restrictions about alcohol, and wine is just not something that is part of this feast day because, like I said before, it's not a party. It's a time for family and friends to get together, to celebrate the existence of their pueblo, and to do all their religious rites and all of your prayers. So if you really feel compelled to bring something, something more along the lines of food is appropriate. And never, ever, because it's the biggest insult in the universe, is to ask to pay for your lunch. Because this is the way that they give back to the world, how they share their bounty. And even though you're a perfect stranger and you know no one there, you certainly don't ever offer to pay for anything. So, go to someone's house where you've been invited to eat.
Come by our house and eat.
Yeah.
Just ask for me.
Yeah.
And Paula, Estevan.
And what happens is, what my experience has been is that you go inside the house and there's this big, huge table and it can hold, anywhere from 10 to 20 people. And everybody's sitting around and it's all family style. So the ladies in the kitchen who have these vats of food, big 5-gallon pots that are filled with green chili and red chili and pozole and chicos and all those other good things. They continually refill the dishes that are passed around, and you're there. You help yourself to what you want to eat.
Yeah.
And in one of the email blasts that we did a couple weeks ago, we had a lot of fun because we wanted you to see all the bowls that we have here in the gallery, and it was called We're Gonna Bowl You Over. And the typical and traditional eating container is a bowl, because when we're talking about red chili and green chili and all that other kind of stuff, they're all very liquid. And for example, chili in New Mexico is not the same as chili in Texas. It is not, cooked up hamburger and cooked up, beans mostly, meat and beans with a little red chili powder in it. Far from it. What they do is they cook meat in a broth in water, and it forms a broth. In the red chili, they add powdered chili to that. In green chili, they add the fresh green chili to that, and it's stewed for a long, long time.
Chili.
And it's very thin, and it's not something that you would add flour or cornstarch to make it like a thick gravy. It's more like a green chili soup than a green chili thick stew that we might be used to. And consequently, you need a bowl, because otherwise it just run all over the place. And the same thing true is of pozole. Pozole, again, is pork that is cooked in water to form a broth, and then pozole is a dried corn, and it's the corn that is, I guess it's on the cob a long time, and oftentimes it's very mature corn, and it's starchy corn. Oh, we have someone on Zoom?
We have somebody who would like to talk to Paula, maybe.
Oh.
Who's trying to talk to him?
Yep.
You can put your glasses
talk
on
right
so you
back
can-
to her. Her name is
Hi.
Carol.
Hi, Carol. Hi. I was looking at you from the corner of my eye. I was wondering what was going on. Did you?
I guess she can't hear.
Are we having technical difficulties?
She's muted.
By choice?
Can you still hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you.
I've been to Acoma many times in the past. I love the pottery there. I try to buy at least one pot I visit. We're usually there about every 2 years. But I love the colors, I love the design, and yours is so intricate and so detailed.
Thank you. Where are you from?
New Hampshire.
Wow, okay. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear, you know. We don't get to talk to much of our admirers.
No, and right now we're in the car, so we may go in and out of reception.
Okay.
Do you clay from the Acoma area, or do you get your clay from another area?
No, it's a commercial clay that we use. I haven't used the traditional Acoma clay for a very long time.
Okay.
Yeah, and usually it will be dug in the mountains close by our mesa, and the pottery shards you have to pick by hand, of course, around the mesa. And it's just, yes, it's extra work for, you know, to do all that. So, I mean, I did that when I was young, like around 8, 9 years old when I lived with my great grandmother. That's what we used to do. But unfortunately I didn't carry on that tradition. The only thing I've done is to make, you know, handmade pottery, you know. But yeah. Excuse me?
I think we just lost reception.
Oh, okay. I think I.
You do it very. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Stop now, stop.
Okay. Yeah. I just finished a few pots. I don't know if you can see. This is. Yeah, this I made, I finished the top earlier today. I made this one, this little Acoma pot today. Yeah, and I brought this one here to show how to polish. Yes, this is like a river stone. It's really smooth. The extra smooth. You wet the pot, and then you wet the pot when it's all dry. I showed like the different steps I had to sand after I scraped. This is still wet, and what I had to do was I scraped it with knives, and after this dries, I will go and sand it. And then I will let that sit for overnight, let it dry completely, and then then I'll sand it, and then I'll wipe it down till it's really smooth, and then I have to let that dry again for a couple hours, and then I will and then I'll go back over when it's dry and wet the pot, whatever sections, and to polish the pot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's.
All right.
Yeah, so those
And
were.
then you paint.
Yeah, my partner here, Robert, earlier he was using the pencil when it was like this. He penciled the little grid onto the pot. That's what we do to our pots. We use little grids, and now he's using the paint. I mean, he's painting the pot now. Yeah. So those are the main steps that we do, you know, to make our pottery and get them ready for sale.
Is your design traditionally the lines in the different geometric shapes, or do you also put figures like arrows and?
Oh, ours are all strictly geometric. I've done, they're called members designs, but that was like long time ago. I say more than 20 years ago that I ever did a members design onto the, the pot. But yeah, we just do, right now it's just geometric.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. How long have you been doing the pottery?
I'm gonna just say over 20 years, probably closer to 30.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah, I started when I was 17, but only on ceramic. Ceramic bowls.
Okay.
I started painting. And then, then I did try the traditional, with the traditional clay, Acoma clay, and that didn't work for me. So, people had suggested some clay that I could, get, and since then I've been working and just been, making different styles of pot by hand. And Robert here, he caught on when we moved in together. So yeah, but he's been doing his own. He does it all. He's on his own. He does his own stuff. But
He looks like he's concentrating on every single little
yeah, we were just talking earlier and saying that we hardly talk when we're at home because we're in concentration mode.
I know.
Yeah. So, but other than we just stick to painting until we get tired, then we'll take a break. But usually that's how it goes.
Well, Carol, thank you so much for all of your questions. And, if you check out YouTube, you'll just be able to follow along and see all the various camera views of what's going on here. And thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, we had some other questions. Also, Paula, your entire family, which is probably 10 million people at Acoma, they're all sending us in saying, you polish you go, girl. Oh, it's so good to see you, Auntie. It's so much
Yes, that's what Robert said earlier. It's probably just going to be nothing but the family.
Oh, no, we have a lot more people than that, that's for sure. There was another question too, Derek. About the interior of the pot?
Question about the interior of the pot. How does the inside of the pot turn white? Is there a slip applied?
No, there is no slip. The clay will turn white when it's fired.
And it's white through and through.
Yes, it's white all the way through.
Well, before Carol's questions, we were talking about feast day.
Oh, yeah.
And green chili stew.
Yes, I was going to mention, okay. So Acoma's annual feast day is September 2nd, okay. So, and then Roberts, they have one that they celebrate like the way they do up on top of the mesa, which is September 19th, is on my birthday. Oh. And that's the Laguna, they call it Laguna Feast Day, but then there's an original one that's in March
24th.
something like that. But yeah, they have one original, and then this one was, I don't know how they put the September celebration,
but it had to do with harvest or planting.
Maybe because so we both have a annual feast day, that we sometimes we get to go to or get to join in the celebration, and so I'm surprised. I how long ago was the last time you went up to?
Maybe 4 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been to a bunch of them. I've also been to a giveaway.
Oh.
which I will talk about when Rebecca and her family are here, because they invited me, and Gloria Archuleta, who worked for me, they invited the two of us, and we were the only two white people there, which is really fun. And, you know, there were lines of family members, like with Rebecca and her husband and her family lined up behind her, and his family lined up behind her, and they're picking up the rear was me and Gloria. But I'll go into much more detail because that was a really, really wonderful experience.
Wow.
But when Rebecca's here on
Maybe
on
that was
Tuesday,
that during the governor's feast?
his governor's feast.
Yeah.
That was the governor's feast.
Okay, so you guys got into the...
And so, you know, we're talking about going to eat. And what is really interesting is that, you know, people are sitting at the table when you arrive, and you sort of sit and wait your turn.
Yeah.
And when somebody gets up from the table, you go in and fill in their seat. And of course, there's more food than anyone can ever imagine. In addition to all those stews and the pozole and the chicos, which is dry corn, but it's dried sweet corn rather than the starchier pozole version. And then there'll be, you know, like fruit salad or potato salad or coleslaw and bread pudding. That I could eat the whole thing myself. And there might be Jello salads with Cool Whip and marshmallows.
And all the different kind of pasta salads, the green salads. Yes. We get very creative. And sometimes we go online and check out, you know, what else you can put together.
And so you sit down and you know, you might not know anyone there, but everyone seems to be, you know, in a very good, communicative and celebratory mood.
Yes.
And so you can talk back and forth, and you make new friends, and, you know, some of those friends last forever. It's really quite amazing. But when you're finished eating, and lots and lots of tortillas, but mostly the oven bread that's made in the horno.
Yes.
And, you know, it's not unusual.
Did they tell you how to say that in Acoma?
No.
The oven bread? Baja.
Baja.
Tell Becky when she comes here, I want some of your baja. Can you bring some baja?
And, you know, the lady of the house might use 100 pounds of flour to make bread just for that one day, and there are dozens and dozens of big loaves of bread. And then you can use that bread to just sop up all that juice that's in your bowl from the
now
green
she's
chili.
making me hungry.
The green chili and the red chili and the basili and the chicos, and so you can practically clean your bowl clean with that nice bread. And then when you're done, you get up and leave, and you thank the people at the house for their wonderful hospitality, and you go back to the dances.
Yes.
And it's so generous, because, you know, you think of so many of us that collect pottery. We have the means to be able to afford that. And there you are in someone's home, and their means are obviously not as much as your means, and there they are, being so generous and so hospitable, and you as a stranger are being invited in to share what they have.
And that's what it's about.
Exactly. And it's such a wonderful, wonderful experience. So if you're out in New Mexico at the dances at one of the pueblos, and maybe, you know, you will get invited to eat, and that's the kind of experience you should have.
If by chance you don't, there's plenty of stands around with corn and bread and whatever, hamburger, you know.
Fried bread?
Yeah, fried bread. Yes, that's the most, I mean, the thing
Fried
everybody
bread.
wants is the fried bread.
Fried bread is just so unreal. I mean, they make a dough, a yeast dough, and then it's deep fried, and then it's covered with honey.
Yes.
Oh, sometimes people put meat and, I mean, why fool around with like meat and vegetables on it? Just pour that
My
honey
mom
all
used
over
to
it.
sell the Indian tacos, the fried bread with the beans and chili and lettuce, tomato. Yeah, every feast, September 2nd. So, but you know, since she's no longer here, I don't know. No one hasn't taken over her business.
But feast day isn't going to happen this year for you, is it?
I doubt it. I really doubt it. Yeah, we're still.
What about you, Robert? On
I
the,
doubt it as well.
Yeah, we're all still on
the same boat.
lockdown.
we're all behaving ourselves, and you guys are more on
We
lockdown
have
than
to,
we are.
yeah.
I mean, because the governors of the pueblos have been really, really strict about
Yeah,
keeping.
even the children and the elders can't,
Yeah.
you know, really keep unless they have appointments or something in Albuquerque.
They can't leave.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
can't leave.
they just can't leave. Have you had any cases?
Oh yeah, we've gone. I think we're up to 33 from the last count, but there's been. Oh God, this was a funny number. So 33 and 666 have been tested. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Has anyone passed on because of it?
From what I heard was four. Was
people?
yeah,
Have
and
you
this
been-
was when it kind of first begun.
Yeah.
So yeah, and hopefully you know there's
Hopefully
no more.
that's the end of it.
Yes.
Have you been tested?
No, I actually haven't. I you know we've been trying to be careful, you know, and we go. Yeah, we have to go buy our stuff, but we just go do what we got to do and get back out. You know, we don't go mingle and go touch everything or you know it's.
Well,
it's not worth it.
Hubert was here yesterday, and he said he had been tested 3 times.
Oh, really?
Thomas said he had been tested twice, and Ruby, who was here on Tuesday, she said she also had been tested 3 times.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But Zia Pueblo was hit hard in the beginning.
Yeah, Zia.
Oh,
Pueblo.
Zuni,
Yeah.
yes.
Zia.
Oh,
Yeah,
Zia. They were
uh-huh.
almost like, I think the first Pueblo that got hit.
Yeah.
And then
Zuni
San
was-
Felipe.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where Hubert is from, is San Felipe.
Yeah,
so-
but, yeah, Laguna was doing really good, and all of a sudden, boom, it just hit.
Yeah, well, Laguna's right there near the highway.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, you get tourists that come from Texas and Arizona. I mean, we're surrounded by it.
Yeah.
But we're holding our own, and we haven't had, you know, anywhere near the deaths that so many other states have had, or near the number of cases.
Yeah, I haven't, you know, I had this app for the news, for the New Mexico. I haven't looked into it to see how many cases we have actually now, or if things are going, you know, are getting steady
Well,
or
the Navajo reservation partly is on New Mexico land, and at one point, I don't know if this still holds true, that half of the cases and 3/4 of the deaths were just that tiny little section in the northwest corner of New Mexico that
the
is the
Flagstaff,
Navajo
the Flagstaff
reservation.
or somewhere area,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sad. You know, I'm glad they got strict and locked it down. I don't know how they're doing now.
Well, it doesn't surprise me because, you know, the Native American way is family. And so family lives together and multi-generation.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have my parents or my grandparents or my kids or grandkids living with me. But that's definitely the case in on the Pueblos and then some of the other Native American communities and reservations. Multi-generations live in one house.
Yeah.
And that's...
Our governor tries to update us every now, you know, when he gets the chance to update, you know, let us know what's going on. So, which is helpful, you know.
So Paula, I have a copy of your signature that the gentleman Dan sent to you, and he's wondering what the Y is. I think it's a 17.
Oh, that's 17. Yeah. It's just a fancy way of writing 17. I don't know why. That's weird. Yeah, well, it's probably because I like that swish, like, you know, up and down, whatever. Yeah, that's 17.
So that's
And so that's from Dan?
2017.
Yes.
Yes. So, cool.
Great.
So that's what he was looking at, yeah.
So now
I was
you
like,
have-
oh wow. And then I almost like said, did somebody try to copy my signature or something? But yeah, that's a 17.
Forgery. Look for fingerprints.
Yeah.
And if there are no fingerprints on it, that means it must be another potter.
Oh my gosh. I know, we should put like some thumbprint or something in there inside when it's still wet.
Well, Dan, thank you so much for taking the time to send us that, because
Yes.
now Paula knows what it is, and now you
Yeah.
know what it is, so that's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're dating your pieces again?
Oh yeah. I tried to make it really small, you know, so I mean it's just because I would rather have someone remember when they purchased it, because it's hard, you know, like time goes by and you don't like, I can't remember what, you know, we get old and we don't remember things a lot.
Yeah, well, what we try to do is help our collectors out, because we always give them a printout of the piece.
Okay.
And so that's a good start as to when they bought it. Then they get a receipt, of course, and that's dated.
Yeah.
And then we give them a certificate of authenticity about what the size is and who the potter is and when it was purchased.
Yeah.
And if it's not a gift, how much they paid for it.
Yeah.
And that way they can put the picture and in the printout and the certificate and the receipt all together and know exactly
And keep it,
when and where that the piece came from.
Yeah, that was cool. And where did you say he was from?
He's from San Diego, and he's the succulent.
Oh, he's the guy I want to meet.
He's the guy that you want to meet?
Yes, I want to meet him, because yesterday I asked, I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the same thing. I asked Hubert what he does for fun, and apparently Hubert loves to go dancing. And he said he closes all the clubs in Albuquerque when they're open, because he lives in San Felipe is not very far from Albuquerque, so he goes to Albuquerque to go dancing, and he closes all the clubs in Albuquerque. And out of the blue, he said to me, "What do you like to do?" And I like to do lots of things, and I don't like to stay home. But one of the things that I do like to do is I have a big collection of cactus and succulent plants. I have a greenhouse at home, and I don't know, 500-600 plants in there that I tend to. But luckily, they don't need much tending to, except when the bugs decide to invade. Then I have a bunch of tending to do. But during the pandemic, and I was telling Hubert yesterday, I was feeling sorry for myself. Oh, I can't go to the movies. I can't go out for dinner. I can't go to the theater.
Yeah.
I can't buy any new clothes. Why? Because I won't need them. Because, you walk around in your jammies all day long. So what I would do is I would go to my computer and get online and buy crazy exotic succulent plants from all over the world and how much I like them. And then Dan sent me an email and he said that he was the president of the entire U.S. Cactus and Succulent Society, and he was the president for years. And that he'd like to see my collection. Of course, that's embarrassing, because if he was ever the president, he knows more than probably most succulent collectors put together. Yeah. But I think we might know a bunch of people in common, and I would like to pick his brain a little bit. It'd be lots of fun. Anyway, Dan, thank you.
We have a couple of questions, and the questions refer to the color that you're painting on, Robert. And number one, what is it? And can you hold it up in front of the camera, the color, so that they can see what it is?
You mean the paint container?
Yeah, maybe the paint container.
Oh, the paint container.
Yeah, so it's a black color, is that correct?
Yes, it's what was it? 037?
It's a 037 black.
All right.
Yep, I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
037.
Oh, 37 black. We used to use jet black, but when it got fired, it would turn like a
Turned
little
gray.
grayish.
I don't know why it was
wouldn't turn
turning,
black.
yeah. So we switched and this is what's worked for us, so.
Maybe they could have called it jet exhaust color
Yeah, there you
rather than the jet itself. But, you know, Paula and Robert use commercial clay and commercial paints.
Yep.
And like Paula said, the traditional stuff didn't work so well for her. And besides, she didn't really have a teacher
Yeah.
to help her figure out all the nuances. Thomas Tenorio from Kiwa, San Domingo, he talked about the fact that he was self-taught. It took him 14 years to figure out all the geology and all the botany and all of the ways to build pots and how to fire. I mean, he even set himself on fire in those beginning times. But it took him 14 years to figure all that out. And maybe Miss Paula doesn't have patience to do all that.
No. I mean, yeah, not that kind of patience. I mean, you know, I was a young mother. And that's why I started painting ceramic, because I needed money to take care of my little one. And so, you know, I wasn't really into, okay, I'm going to learn how to go get the clay or go get the paints and all this. So, because I didn't have, like you said, I didn't have a teacher, So, you know, that's how I got into it. And, you know, it was just more for trying to make some extra money for, you know. And then I didn't always, like, do pottery all the time. I worked at the casino. I worked other jobs. You know, a lot of burger or whatever. And until we moved back home, then I got back into this. And so from there, you know, that's where it took off. You know, I wasn't always this good, or I don't know. I can't even remember the first pots I made or what designs I put on them. And I'm pretty sure it was just the like fine line. I used to do members designs because actually I seen Judy Lewis is the aunt of my kid. Okay, Judy's kids and my kids are first cousins through their dads. They're brothers. So that's how I know Judy. So
Judy will be here too.
I seen that. Seen that.
She makes storytellers.
Yeah, and I seen her do members designs. So I kind of like, let me try that, because you know she used to do this sponge or spot. She's like get the sponge and put it in the paint and spot the pot like that, and then put the members designs on top. So I tried that. It didn't work too good for me. But
one thing about your pieces, both Paula and Robert, that they're so incredible in their design elements and the technical painting of them, and the fact that you make your own pots, that we were willing to sacrifice the material for the tradition of making your own pots and painting your own pots, and what the product looked like, because it's really, really wonderful. And so it's a rare person in here that whose work we carry that uses commercial clay and commercial pots. But as you can see from the pieces that Paula and Robert make, that is almost not as important as what the final pot looks like. And but anyway, that's why we do that. And all the other people that we're going to have, none of them use commercial clay or commercial paints. Some, though, from Acoma, like I said earlier, kiln fire their pieces, like Judy Lewis that Paula just mentioned, and her sisters, Marilyn Ray and Diane Lewis, who will be here. But her other sister Rebecca Lucario, she ground fires her pieces. Yeah, so, and once in a while does a kiln fired piece. But Rebecca is, one of the few people that even knows how to do it at Acoma Pueblo. And she's been teaching a few people on how to ground fire, which I think is really nice because that tradition can't die.
Yeah, I remember she had a class, and she started teaching where to get teaching us about the different colors of paint. And she was kind of telling us where you can get the colors. But I don't think I returned to the class.
Paula, we're going to send the truant officer after you.
Yeah, I only went to one class and that was it. And,
So Paula, what do you do for fun?
For fun? Oh,
Yeah.
God. Right.
Not right now because you can't do anything for fun.
Well, before this all came about, we love concerts. Every chance we got, we were going to concerts. And that's, our main fun, going to casino.
Going to the casino? No, the casinos are, like Route 66.
Yeah.
That's a big venue for concerts. I've gone to concerts at the Route 66 casino.
Oh.
And that auditorium there holds, 4,000 people?
Something like that.
Something like that. I mean, it's an enormous number of people.
Yeah.
And I saw, what's his name with the Four Seasons? Oh, that old guy. I mean, he still really had it. And it was fun. It was really fun.
I just want to show something right here. There's an air bubble in here.
Yeah?
I don't know if you can see it. You see that little...
Can you see it up there on that camera?
I don't know if you can see it. It's an air bubble. So what I'll do is just poke this, take it out, and scrape it off. So I just wanted to show that's how we get rid of our air bubbles.
And why do you get rid of air bubbles?
Because it'll pit. If you don't get rid of your air bubbles, it'll pit the pot.
So that little air bubble, the air in the bubble will heat faster than the clay body and then just pop right out.
Yeah, it's just like
popcorn.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that to a large pot that I did one time, and I thought I took out all the bubbles, but it popped a big piece off.
Yeah, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
You can't fix it.
Nope.
No. And
Fix it, so
you can't bring it to us because we're not going to buy it from you. That's the one that you put
Those are souvenirs. Those sit at home.
That's the one you put on the shelf in the kitchen with the pop facing the wall.
Yeah. It's so sad when we get one of those, We're thankful we haven't gotten one like that for a long time, so we're good. We're good. I mean, so far so good. Yeah. Yeah, so.
Well, it's really interesting because I know one of Maria's grandchildren, and after Anita Martinez passed away, his wife Anita, had a shop called the Studio Popovi Day out at San Ildefonso Pueblo. And the family wanted to dispose of some of the pieces because, they need living money.
Oh.
And in the shop there was a little museum, and it had a big, huge iron gate in front of it, and you'd go into that little shop and you'd hold on to the bars and look longingly at all the things that were in that museum.
Uh-huh.
And after Anita died, I had the privilege of going there, and they opened the gate. Well, there were some things in there that were just absolutely breathtaking that the family decided to keep, or Maria decided to keep, or Tony Day decided to keep, because they loved the pieces so much. And then there were a few where, just like the ones in your kitchen, where there were problems.
Yeah.
And there was one piece that it was so gorgeous I couldn't believe it. And when they turned it around, there was probably a section about 6 by 8 inches that was completely gone. Which is really too bad. But it made for a fabulous exhibit of the family's work. And then tomorrow we're going to have Maria's great grandson, Marvin Martinez. Martinez family is a big family and a very famous family at San Ildefonso Pueblo. But, I know many of the potters keep the pieces that don't survive because they can't bear to throw them away. They put so much time and effort and work
even if they cracked or they popped, it was still a lot of work to do it.
Oh, absolutely. And if it has a little flaw, you can keep it at home and, and remember how much fun it was to make it.
Yeah.
or how much work it was to make it. So tell me more about what you do for fun. You go to concerts. Where do you go for concerts? To Albuquerque?
Go to the Isleta Amphitheater, go to Route 66. We go to Sandia, and then we also love fishing. So, when we...
Fishing?
Yeah. We didn't get a chance last year.
Where did you go fishing?
We've gone to Fenton Lake. I don't know if you've been there. Isleta, Sandia was one of our favorite places. We had a bunch of birthday parties and a graduation reception there, and that's about it. And go to the
let's talk about the dreaded casino. The place where you make contributions to all the time.
I used to make big contributions to the Buffalo Thunder when we would come up here. We would detour up that way, but I stopped doing that about, I haven't been there for maybe three years, maybe 4. That was one of them.
Yeah, that's a good place to make a contribution.
We've all been all the way up to the Santa Clarion or something like that. Yeah, we've been all the way up there. Of course, the ones going home.
Do you play the one-armed bandits, or do you play poker or blackjack?
The finger, where you? They could be the one-armed bandits too. But we usually just. I do. I should say this. He wasn't a gambler. He wasn't into contributing to the casinos, but. Anyways, and then where else? San Felipe. I rarely went to Santa Ana.
It sounds like you hit them all.
Well, I did, but the ones that I really hit was the Route 66. Route 66, Sky City, and Dancing Eagle, because they're closer to home.
Now, as a tribal member of Acoma, do you benefit from the 2 casinos that Acoma Pueblo has?
We only have one.
Don't you have one right at the turnoff?
Yeah, we got one at the exit.
And then isn't Route 66 Acoma's?
No, that's Laguna.
That's Laguna.
Yeah.
Oh,
Laguna
that's Laguna.
And Dancing Eagle Casino,
Now, do you benefit from the casino?
I don't. He does.
Which I would expect to. We get a little bit here and there, once a year.
So the person who lets you benefit from the casino jumps the fence also? Well, the reason that we laugh about that, if you didn't tune in the very beginning, I asked Paula and Robert, where they lived, what pueblo they lived in. And Paula said we live in Acoma, and Robert said we jumped the fence. And so that he jumped the fence to go to Acoma because Acoma and Laguna have a contiguous border. And so every time we talk about Robert's participation in Acoma, it's jumping the fence.
Yeah, that's he jumped the fence.
Well, what do you think, Derek, in a little while?
What time is it?
We should be closing down, I think.
I would say probably 15 minutes or so.
Okay, so another 15 minutes. So if anybody has any questions, now's a really good time to let us know.
Yeah.
And then don't forget that all Robert and Paula's pieces are for sale. You can see them on the screen. Also, you can view them on our website. And all you need to do is go to our website, then to artists, and it's Paula Estevan. So look under the E's for Estevan, and it will show all the pieces of hers that are available. They start with the most expensive one on top, and as you scroll down, they go all the way to the bottom to the one that's the least expensive. Robert's last name is Kasero, which begins with a K. And if you go to our website, then go to artists, and then go to K, and find Robert Kasero, click on his name, and again, the same thing. The most expensive one is on the top, and you scroll down to the least expensive one at the bottom. And this is our way of helping the artist as a substitute for Indian market, and they benefit from the sale of all of these pieces. And their income really depends upon this. This will keep Paula in concert money, and
yes, we're saving up for next year's concert.
yeah, there you go, in concert money, and maybe even putting some food on the table as well.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I won't ask which one is the priority. Which one is your favorite one?
Yeah.
Eating or either eating.
They're about equal.
Rest people like it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, this was a joy to do.
Yeah.
It was
Well,
something else.
send your questions in. It's going to be now or never. You're going to wait. And if we ask the same questions to Marvin and Francis tomorrow, they may look in the camera and say, "What?"
I know, right? Oh gosh. But this was nice.
And Robert, look, you're starting to fill in a little more.
He's putting more lines and then
More lines.
Yeah, then he'll start.
And he's been doing this for hours. And the pot, he had already coiled the pot and dried the pot and scraped the pot and sanded the pot and polished the pot before he got here. And so since we have been live at 11 o'clock,
he didn't even get to start on this one.
Yeah. Well, you can see what the various stages are. You have one that's really wet. If you pointed
this
out
one's the
that's
one
the
that was
one
just finished
making.
today.
That one's drying.
This was half done. I just put the lip on this one, and that's drying now. This one's dry, ready for pencil.
Oh, it's polished too.
Yeah,
It is
it's polished. Yeah.
And then Robert's smaller one over here is in that same state of being dried and sanded and polished.
This one's already polished. Yeah,
And
this one's
already
ready.
polished.
Yeah, this one's ready. He just, like I said, he didn't get to it today, so.
You could put the grit paper on.
I tried not to pester you too much, Robert, so that you could concentrate and so you wouldn't make mistakes. Because I know this is your livelihood.
I make mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes.
Mistakes are made to be made.
Yeah, sometimes we do. I mean, I think it's from being tired and we're trying to finish, and all of a sudden, like, boom, and we make a mistake, and we're like, oh man, like, oh my gosh, really? Like,
Yeah.
it's.
And then you try again and make another mistake,
Yeah.
and you know that it is time to quit and to move on. Well, you know, you guys are extremely prolific, probably one of the most prolific potters I've ever seen, and certainly the most prolific one in here. We get more pieces from you than just about anyone, because you produce that many pieces. I mean, there are a few potters where we get one here and one there, and that's all that they make is one here and one there. But, you know, how many hours a day do you spend at home making pots?
Oh my God. At least the least is probably about 12 hours.
A day?
A day.
Every day?
Oh yeah.
12 hours a day?
Yeah, 12.
Like from 6 in the morning till 6 at night?
Maybe. And then, no, it's just gonna say sometimes we go about 15 because we need to really get them finished that night. So we'll go like 15.
Well, I take back that question about what you do for fun. Because you don't have
See, that's why.
You don't have any time to have any fun.
Yeah. And
So, but this is fun. This is fun for you to do.
And so when we were done with the pieces that we're, you know, working on and stuff, and then we say, oh, there's a concert coming up, you know, okay, cool, let's go. So then that's our little break, because we'll get like maybe 2 days to break, and then we start back all over.
Back up again. Huh?
Yeah, so
I wonder how many people out there have 12-hour-a-day jobs.
Right now not many, but yeah.
Not many, but
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, we try to, you know, not paint too late, because they say not to mess your eyes. Of course, we know that, but you know, when that's our only income, you know, we got to do what we got to do.
When we're done here, Paula, we're going to go back in my office and we're going to look at the computer. We're going to go find readers.com, and we have you pick out a pair of really hot-looking glasses so that you can actually see out of them, and you don't have to wear 2 pairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
They would have. I mean, they would have got a kick out of it if I was the one that would had to paint today, because I would have been wearing both of my pairs of glasses. Yeah, he actually, we stopped at the dollar store just so he could get.
Well, the ones that are on the top of my head are from readers.com, and they're cool.
Those are cool.
Aren't they cool?
These are my designer.
These
glasses.
are his.
Yeah, I think you went to the same grocery store.
It didn't match his outfit, so.
But it matches yours.
Yeah, but I can't really see out of these. Oh, these are strong. Yeah, these are stronger. So I've bought, and I don't know how many pairs. So I'm like, and I couldn't just find one that was strong enough. So that's why I have to wear 2.
Well, what we'll do is we'll add the 2 together, and we'll find a pair that is right about that. Strength, so that you can do it.
Yeah, I think you told me about it one time, but I just never, of course, looked into it. Yeah. I know. See, now we got time to stock up on how many pairs for next year. So I don't, you know.
So, any more questions? We know your whole family's watching.
Yes, I see them.
That's why half
Could you please show us? So my sister Laren was the one that said that.
What did she say?
She said, "Can you please show us?" I guess I don't know what she was asking, and what hope you.
Well, God, I hope
You had a good
she wants you to show her pottery.
Yeah.
And nothing else.
I don't know. Right. Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe she wanted to see Robert's pot. I don't know. She didn't say. She just said, "Can you please show us?" So. Well, this was
Robert,
fun.
Maybe you would like to show the camera what you've done, yeah, so that they can see it from a different angle. Wow. And that's,
See, now you can see the
Yeah, I can't
the
see
spiral.
spiral.
Where it's starting to spiral. It's starting to spiral out of control.
My head going like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
well, I don't know if you remember Dorothy Trevia.
Oh, yeah.
From Acoma Pueblo.
Yeah.
She did lots of spiral designs.
Oh, yes.
And she said she could paint for about 2 hours. And if she painted any longer than that, she had to go in the bathroom and throw up. Because her pots made her so dizzy.
Yeah.
That they just made her so dizzy that she just
really?
couldn't paint anymore. And so she always had a lot of different things going at the same time so that she could only paint for 2 hours at a time so she wouldn't make herself sick.
Poor thing.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they try to stay focused, on what part we're doing. If you, like I said earlier, if you look away 1 second and you it just boom, it'll hit.
Yeah.
It's like the paint, the design is coming towards you.
Yeah.
So
So, Derek, are we just about ready to
Whenever
sign?
you would like to sign off, you
Yeah.
should say maybe thank everybody.
Yeah.
And
Oh, of course. I can't thank you enough for all of the time and the effort and sharing not only the skill and the technique that you have in making these beautiful pieces, but little bits and tidbits in your life. Because what better way to get to know someone than to have a real conversation about who they are and what you do and what you do in your career and of making pottery and what you do in your life every day. And it's been a pleasure and a joy, and we've been getting wonderful emails from people who also enjoy all of these presentations, and all I can say is this one sure was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Sure was a lot of fun. And,
Yeah.
Oh, thank
It's always
you.
cool being up here.
And we're getting all kinds of goodbyes from all your family members,
Oh,
and including
God.
Dad, don't get cross-eyed.
We'll see you guys.
I'm already past that, and we'll see you all.
And we love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah.
Well, I can hardly
For
wait.
watching.
Yeah, we've had such a good response about these demos that we're doing, and now that we own all the equipment, we were thinking that maybe we will continue to do some of these later on in the year. Can you see, Robert? Can you see? I started shaking your head like we were trying to get everything back in focus, but we may be doing more of them, but for now, we have 16 more to go in the month of August. And thank you, everyone in the audience, for tuning in. And thank you, Paula and Robert. It was a real pleasure.
Our pleasure as well. Thank you, Miss Andrea, for inviting us. This was so much fun, and thank you to all the crew that was here. And we didn't get to see much, but thanks, Scott and Derek. This was awesome.
Yeah. And when you finish these pieces, what we'll do is we'll put them up, bring them to us, and we'll put them on our website so that people can see what was actually happening here and what the final result was.
Okay. That sounds good.
Good.
Sure.
Well, thank you